Oh, hey bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry Annie. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey, Wagwan, my youth. Welcome and welcome, welcome. It's Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. And what's going on? It's your boy, Chris Avalon. Welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show where we get into all the latest things going on in celebrity news, gossip, entertainment, pop culture, all the things, be it political, LGBT, anything that's going on in the world of entertainment, we chat about it on this here show. So, if you are a first-time viewer, please do me a solid, hit that like button, that subscribe button, and the notification button so that way you all know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And we do have a lot of tea to get to. First of all, just to give you guys a rundown of some of the topics, Wesley Snipes is reacting to the reboot drama going on with the whole Blade franchise. There was a story that came out today from The Wrap regarding a lot of the shenanigans going on behind the scenes with the new Crystal Lake series, the Friday the 13th TV series. There was a whole lot of drama going on with that. We're going to break that down. It's a long-ass article, so we're going to get through it. Plus, of course, the man of the hour, Justin Timberlake, found himself in handcuffs out in the Hamptons, Sag Harbor to be exact. My grandparents live out there, actually, for driving under the influence of alcohol. Like, you can't get yourself an Uber, sir, or a private car service. Miss Mamas is going through it, so we're going to talk about it. Plus, speaking of jail, Chrisean Rock found her ass in jail for 30 days. I don't know who's going to take care of that baby. The little special needs child that she had because Miss Mama's wanting to go out here and start drinking alcohol while pregnant. So the baby father been in jail for about majority of 2024 so far, and now she in jail. Plus, Jennifer Lopez, because you forget, we call her Jennifer on this show. So, Jennifer Lopez, there was a thing that came out with TMZ last night that was on Hulu. I don't know if y'all seen it, but they said that we've been said this for years. Well, I have. She got a love addiction. She got an addiction to being in a relationship with a man. She can't spend 5 minutes by her damn self. Insecurity. That's what all that come from. So they're saying that this may have a part in the strained relationship between her and Ben. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, there's a producer out here that says that she needs to take a page out of Beyonce's handbook and go country. So we're going to talk about that and see if that's an actual good or bad idea. Now, speaking of musical comebacks, we're going to break down Tinashe and her latest single, Nasty, and how that is blowing up all over everywhere, including the Billboard charts, her being independent, that actually works, and the fact that it's all over TikTok. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Kesha is going in on Katy Perry, who apparently, that new single that we talked about yesterday, because live on the air, the photo dropped and all of a sudden we talked about it. But now we got a more of the story coming out. Word on the street is that new single, which I heard a little bit of it. And basically, I got a 3-letter word that I'm going to throw at it. Meh. The song has allegedly been produced by Dr. Luke. And if y'all know about Dr. Luke, that you would know why people feel that is problematic for her to be working with him. Plus, Fat Joe was saying that if it wasn't for Chris Brown putting pause on Rihanna, his career would be as big, if not bigger, than Michael Jackson. Really, Queen? So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Megan Thee Stallion is telling the crowds at her concerts to not be blowing that weed smoke in her direction. I saw people was dragging her over saying that, but I'm Team Megan on this, and I'm gonna tell y'all why. As someone who works in an arena where concerts and things of that nature happens, I got your back, girl. Plus, Kim Kardashian is being slammed online for traveling to Paris and LA just for a cheesecake when her ass could have just did like the band over there when they was with Diddy and just took her ass straight to Brooklyn to Junior's. She could have did that. Plus, Armie Hammer is breaking his silence on them cannibalism allegations or accusations, I should say. I'm getting tongue-tied all of a sudden. And the boys, if y'all been watching season 4 so far, there is a same-sex relationship going on over there with Frenchie, who I thought he was a cutie, but he's in a same-sex relationship, and apparently it's got some of the fans worrying that, okay, because this seems to be an ongoing thing, that when y'all create gay characters in movies and TV, y'all want to kill them off. So We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. And if anything else pops up during the show, because, I was literally scraping the seat of my pants at the last possible second putting this show together. Because at first I'm like, damn, there's like nothing really going on right now. I had like 5 or 6 topics. And I'm like, I need more meat on the bone. And then all of a sudden, like within the last hour, all these stories are popping. I started getting anxiety. And I'm like, well, damn, I'm trying to put this show together. I was trying to go live at 1 o'clock. I was like, that's not happening. So here we are. 5 minutes, I was on 1:30 color people time. So we hit it, we live at 1:35. Let me hit the little banner at the bottom. And y'all know this is an interactive talk show. So I would like for you, if y'all have any comments, concerns, whatever the case is, definitely drop it in the comments. The one thing I remember I had before is that I was able to see comments come through from Twitter over on here, but I don't know, for some reason I don't see them anymore. But then when I'm done with the show, I happen to just be on my Twitter page and I'll see people had left comments and I'm sitting there like, I never got it. So I hate when that happens. So if y'all on the YouTube channel, definitely hit a, send some messages over there. Ooh. And I'll gladly respond. Child, it is hotter than 3 shades of hell in New York today. We got a heat wave coming. It's supposed to be in the 90s for the next 3 days. I was going to go to the gym this morning, but I was like, I'm not trying to pass out. So I'm going to go tomorrow, though. I was just tired because I was staying up late watching the boys, actually. So, look at, hey, Double AE was in the building, said he got deep anxiety deep in his heart that is coming out. He knows he hurt Brittany. Well, we definitely going to get into that story. I'm looking forward to getting into that. What else? Oh, he said notification gang. Yeah, because I saw that you actually was in the comments long before I even started. I was putting together the banners when you was typing. I said, I'm so glad I finished this meeting in time. Benefits of work from home when the okay. Oh, shout out to all the people that work at home. I said, watch how music got free. It was a nap. So I just learned it was really an inside job at a CD plant. I said, oh, yeah, what are y'all talking about, Chad? Y'all having a whole, you talking about Paramount Plus? There was a whole Napsus controversy. Anyway, so I don't want to hold y'all any longer. We'll get into the comments right after. Let's get right into our first topic, which is this Blade story. Wait, where did it go? Oh, I see it. I was like, wait a minute, did I lose my story? No, she here. Okay, so y'all already know about the controversy going on with the whole Blade situation. If y'all don't, let me just refresh y'all. Basically, they've been talking about for the longest, 5 years ago, they were supposed to, they made the announcement. Kevin Feige dragged out Mahershala Ali on stage and basically said, here's your new Blade. And then when I saw it, I was excited. And I was like, he's going to turn this movie out. And so since then, they've actually been making, situations regarding it and all this other stuff. Like we had heard, they were working on it with the writing and all this other stuff. Then all of a sudden, we weren't hearing anything. It was just like they've gone through a series of writers. Then we had one director. Then the director left due to creative differences. Then Jan Demange came on board. And then he's been working with it for a long time. And then I remember last week, there was a story coming out about Jordan Peele having meetings with the MCU. And I remember I just so happened to be watching John Campion's show and he just gradually mentioned, you know what? I would, because they was trying to say he might do Ghost Rider or something something in that nature. And he was just like, he just randomly said, you know what? I could totally see him directing a Blade movie, but they already have a director attached. And then all of a sudden, okay, I'm about to just put my phone on Do Not Disturb because this damn watch has been going off like crazy. But anyway, my wrist is vibrating. And then all of a sudden, it was just like this past, what was a couple of days ago, Jan Demange announced shortly after what was said about the whole Jordan Peele situation. All of a sudden, Jan Demange is like, he left the film too. Then we heard Mahershala Ali had joined the cast of the new Jurassic World movie, the one that Scarlett Johansson is doing with Gareth Edwards. And I like Gareth Edwards because he directed, what was the movie with John David Washington? I believe he directed that film that just came out last year, The Creator. I actually liked that film. I thought it could have really went harder with the action and stuff. But the whole idea about the AI and the kid and the hybrids and the robots and like, I love movies about like science fiction, robots and all this stuff. So I was really excited when he did that, when he did that movie, especially because Gareth Edwards is also another person that knows how to make movies look expensive on a small budget. And I think that's what they're trying to do right now, especially with the Jurassic films, because those films with Chris Pratt, those films financially started going on a decline the more they started making them, especially that last one. That last one, I think, grossed $300 million only in the US. Worldwide, Jurassic will always do well, but in America, I felt like it was in the same boat as Fast and the Furious, where the Fast and the Furious franchise really wasn't keeping the American audience excited. You could send it overseas, they'll eat it up like it's, filet mignon. But in America, it's sort of like we look at stuff and we get cynical and we're just like, okay, we're just over the bullshit. Like we don't care about this damn movie. It's getting stupid and whatever. So after the whole situation with Jan Demange quitting, so many writers going through, taking a crack at the script, including Bo DeMeo, who y'all know was a part of the X-Men 97 series. And I believe he wrote out some stuff for season 2 and season 3, but then they fired him. And I'm kind of upset about it because I feel like I love what Bo DeMeo did with the whole X-Men 97 franchise. Now Wesley Snipes, who was okay with the whole idea, he gave the diplomatic opinion about it, about Blade when they were remaking it back in 2020, I believe, or 2022. I think I have the actual date in here. But then recently, he threw a little shade at them because of the whole mess that's going on with them. So according to, this is from People magazine, so it says the 61-year-old actor who starred in the original Blade film trilogy from 1998 to 2004 appeared to poke fun at the upcoming reboot in the Marvel Cinematic Universe amid reports that it had lost its director for the second time. Sharing a gif of himself as Eric Brooks / Blade in the original films to Twitter, Snipes wrote, "Blade, lordy, lordy, lordy," with an eye emoji. Looks, or his folks still looking for the secret sauce, riding snowmobiles in traffic, kind of rough. Well, look, I would have loved it if he would have just used that line from the original movie. Motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill. That iconic line before he took out Deacon Frost. And then he said, "Daywalkers make it look easy, don't they?" He added, with a smiley face emoji. He added, concluding his post with the hashtags Daywalker Click, spelled with a K, hashtag Blade, and hashtag Marvel. So I also said, as reported by multiple outlets, including Variety, filmmaker Jan Demange exited the new Blade as director earlier this year, which came after Bassam Tariq departed the project in September of 2022. But according to Variety, multiple screenwriters have also been tapped to pen the script for the vampire superhero flick, currently slated for release on November 7, 2025, per IMDb. Back in 2021, Snipes confirmed that he was not involved in the upcoming film and shared that he thought new star Mahershala Ali has got a heck of a job on his hands with the role. Because one of the things you have to realize is that this is going to be a physical role for him. And while I'm sure that Mahershala could pull it off, I don't want to come across as ageist, but Mahershala is in his 50s. And how many more of these sequels are y'all planning on doing? Now, don't get me wrong. They can always, like I said the last time, pull a bunch of stunt people that could be a part of it and make it happen in regards of making this movie look the way they need to look. Mahershala, I'm sure, could do a couple of he could do like some of the fight stuff. Look, like I've said over the years, Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Keanu Reeves, who's pushing 60. I believe he's 59 now. With the John Wick films, we have Donnie Yen, who's in his 60s, that's still out here kicking butt and taking names. So there are people out here who could still make the action and stuff look good. I'm not going to sit up here and try to be all ageist about it, but age, that is a factor in this whole situation. Is that he was 5 years ago. Y'all should have had this film. We should have at least had a Blade movie out 3 years ago. I understand we had the whole pandemic, whatever situation, but y'all should have had something up and running. Y'all you'll make an announcement saying that we're getting a Blade movie, but then how are you going through so many script rewrites? How do y'all not have an idea on where do vampires fit in the MCU? So I'm just confused. Is like, do they even know what they're doing, or what is going on over there? And so so Ali, because I said he's in his 50s, he's actually 50. So and he said that he also when a user on Twitter wrote that the two-time Oscar winner Ali is going to have a hard time outdoing Snipes' Blade, Snipes wrote simply in response, he will do great along with prayer hands, the prayer hand emoji. And I feel like, you know what? We have nothing to compare Blade to because Wesley Snipes is Blade. Wesley Snipes solidified that character. Before that movie even came out, I had never heard of Tomb of Dracula. I was not familiar with the Night Stalkers. I was not familiar with Blade. But the minute I saw that trailer of Wesley Snipes and that all that black, kicking ass and taking names in the trailer, and then I went to go see it in the theater, and that opening sequence where they went into the bloodbath, where I told you, dude from The Shield and SWAT was the guy that Tracy Lords wound up bringing into the club, and he was the only human in there with, in a club full of vampires, and then the blood comes out of the sprinklers, and everybody's dancing around. Like, that was the most iconic scene. And I was like, I love that film, and I love what Stephen Norrington did with that film, and I loved what um, Guillermo del Toro did with the sequel. Blade Trinity, I refuse to acknowledge that film. I know David Goyer wrote all three films, and I know all the drama that happened behind the scenes because Dave Goyer came on board and directed the film. But to say all of that, and I know there was just drama that happened behind the scenes, but but I was wondering, why did they actually ask Dave Goyer to take a crack at the script? Is it because there's so much history there with him and Wesley Snipes? Even though Wesley is no longer a part of the Blade franchise, I do wonder that why didn't they call him up and get his advice and ask him like what's the essence of the character? Like if y'all not getting the idea of what y'all want to do with this character, why not go back to the original person that helped develop the Blade character, and that would be Dave Goyer, who wrote all three movies. Even though I said we don't acknowledge the third one, he did come up with he wrote the scripts for he wrote scripts for the three movies, even though we love the first two. So I was like, why don't they just ask him? So I totally get why Wesley is saying what he's saying, because look, I'm sure he's just as frustrated as we are with all of this mess. And I just want a really good Blade movie. I love vampires. I love vampires getting, I want scary vampires. I want vampire action. I want martial arts. I want a really cool vampire action film. And it is long overdue. It has been we talked about it in the last time we brought up Blade. This will be 20 years since Blade Trinity. This year, December, will be 20 years. So figure it out, MCU. Like, y'all have this reputation where y'all was always ahead of everybody in regards to like coming up with stuff. But it just seems like once Phase 4 came about, y'all just kind of lost y'all mojo. So I'm really pulling for y'all to get it together and work it on out and do whatever. Hopefully there's some kind of way that y'all can find a way to make it work within the whole universe of what Deadpool and Wolverine and all that stuff. So I'm looking forward to the movie. I'm still got high hopes for y'all. I'm really hoping y'all can get it together. But if there's more mess that comes in that we hear about this in the next couple of months, then I'm probably just going to give up on the franchise. And I think at this point, Mahershala Ali wants out too, because there was a recent story that came out about his attorney basically was speaking out in the media and said that this is something like this whole thing that's happening with the whole Blade rollout in the franchise and all the behind the scenes drama that's going on with that. This is something that they have never seen. He's never seen this in the history of him working in Hollywood. So this is just some unusual, weird stuff. I'm glad that Mahershala can go off and he's making other movies. He's currently filming, like I said earlier, he's currently in the new Jurassic World movie with Scarlett Johansson. So hopefully he's got a meaty role over there. He's getting to travel to Thailand and Hawaii. They're shooting out there and a bunch of other places. So they're doing a lot of tropical shoots for this film. I'm glad he's out here able to make a coin, because this is ridiculous. I'm not going to sit on my ass for 5 years waiting for y'all to get it together and figure out what y'all want to do with this damn script. Like, let me go to work. So that's all I got to say on that. But I'm definitely curious of what you guys have to say on this. So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. I almost forgot what it was called. He said, today's a good day to be a quiet as a skip. Okay. Yeah, it definitely is. Somebody posted an emoji that I saw in my comments on my Facebook when I posted about this. And they said, here's the arresting officer. And they had Britney Spears in a cop uniform from her concert. That shit was hilarious. So, and then another person I know, I saw when Crystal Vanity, who cannot stand Justin Timberlake. She's a hardcore Britney fan. I saw Robert had posted in the comments, excuse me, something or another about how they said that they believe that some of these Britney fans are like a coven of witches and put a hex on them. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's just, 2024 seemed to be the year everybody getting that they getting their karma, put on them. So it seems like the new Blade movie is one of those movies that will be passed around with possibly, yeah, and it's getting annoying. So it's like they need to figure out what they need to do. That's probably why Michael B. Jordan's out here making a vampire movie with Ryan Coogler. Maybe that'll be the much better. Maybe that'll be the Blade that we need. And we need that. So are they going to wait till Wesley is having to use? Well, Wesley's not in it, so it's Mahershala. But I mean, Wesley Snipes is 60. I feel like he could have still played Blade. He could have played like an older version of him. Yep, everybody and Karma is coming to collect. She came to collect in 2024. She ain't playing with these hoes. But anyway, let's move on. Speaking of messes and messy rollouts, we got to talk about this Friday 13th series, Crystal Lake. Now, this morning, this story happened to just come out. 6 a.m. this morning. This story from The Wrap came out, which is exposing the drama going on with this Friday 13th series that's supposed to have been out, I guess. They were supposed to have been filming it, but then Brian Fuller, the showrunner, wound up being fired. And this is like A24's first major foray into IP. Now, y'all know if y'all watch A24 be keeping like a small budget on a lot of their films, which is why a lot of times A24, I feel like, is one of the studios that has really been producing really good content because they've been able to make good quality stuff, but on the cheap. But apparently there was some that this series was the budget ballooned to $85 million. I'm like, well, damn, you should have just used that to make a freaking movie and put it out there. You probably could have made it for cheaper than $85 million. But so nevertheless, The Wrap went and posted this, and it is a full expose. So, oh, excuse me, I'm like opening the wrong damn thing. So let's get into it. I was just trying to pull up a picture for context. Okay, so here we go. So it says, and then I was shocked when they said it was a big A-list, movie star, Oscar-winning movie star that was going to play Pamela Voorhees. And so that actress turned out to be Charlize Theron. They were trying to get Charlize Theron to play Pamela Voorhees. Now, that would have been interesting. I don't know if that would have been able to work out. First of all, could y'all even afford her? Because I'm sure she's expensive. So it says it was late April and Crystal Lake was starting to attract A-list talent. Charlize Theron was eyed to play Pam Voorhees in the A24 show based on the beloved Friday 13th horror franchise set in the immediate aftermath of the drowning of young Jason Voorhees. A $300,000 deposit on sound stages in Canada had already been placed. Directors like Vincenzo Natali and Kimberly Pierce were earmarked to direct episodes. Kevin Williamson, who wrote Wes Craven's Scream, was set to write what was described as the show's Red Wedding, referring to the infamous Game of Thrones episode set entirely on a frozen Crystal Lake with the summer camp's cabins trapped under snow drifts. I had packed for being away for 7 months, said one member of the Crystal Lake team. Suddenly, the hammer dropped on an $85 million show that A24 was producing for Universal direct-to-consumer streaming platform Peacock, the first piece of IP A24 had tackled in the studio pivot to more commercial projects, as The Wrap first reported last year. And 2 days after a notes call with Peacock, where one of the streamer's executives said the pitch was exactly what we wanted to hear, A24 head of television Sam French and A24 partner Ravi Nandan abruptly fired showrunners Brian Fuller and Jim Danger Gray, according to an individual with knowledge to the conversation. Production on the show had been slated to begin in 3 months. So 3 months from April. So that would have been that basically they were supposed to start shooting the first season next month, meaning July. So it also says A24 had produced TV before, including The Curse and The Sympathizer, along with Euphoria, Beef, and Rami. Now, I'm not familiar with The Curse. I'm not familiar with The Sympathizer, but Euphoria, familiar with that show, and I liked it for what it was. Beef, also, that season 1 was everything, and I'm excited for season 2 based on what I heard. And Rami was a pretty good show too, even though a lot of people really wasn't watching it, but Rummy was a good show over on Hulu, and this decision, which effectively halted development on what was meant to be the first new piece of Friday the 13th visual media, aside from some video games, since New Line Cinema released a feature film remake in 2009, shocked those close to the series. So what the hell happened? It says Crystal Lake was played with by inexperienced production executives making questionable decisions, problems with the show's writing staff, and conflicts between showrunners and executives, according to several Crystal Lake team members who spoke to the Wrap. There are divergent accounts of how far the show was over budget. At the same time, studio insiders suggested to the Wrap that the show unraveled mostly because of Fuller and Gray. And so, to touch on that a little bit, it's just like, how are you putting together a show where you have production executives making decisions when they don't understand what the hell's going on? If you're inexperienced, y'all should not be working on a franchise like Friday the 13th. I don't even think that y'all should be complicating a IP like Friday the 13th. It's basically have Jason going through the woods killing people. Just make the camp counselors, campers, whatever you want to do, just give them some sort of meat on the bone in regards of the character development. So that way it hurts even more when Jason got to hack their asses up, or Pamela, whoever y'all was going to plan on being the killer. Because if this happened shortly after Jason drowned, then this is going to be something that took place in the 50s or something or another. Then they could have done it that way. So it says A24 declined to comment on the Wrap for this story, but a source close to A24 said the studio has made television with complicated people who we love. That's the background of the company, people with strong visions. About Crystal Lake, the source says the studio didn't feel confident and had to pull the plug. But one Crystal Lake insider put it differently, saying it felt like everybody on the Brian/Jim side were trying very hard to make the show. A24 felt like they were doing everything they could to not make the show. So if A24 is someone who they felt like, you know what, the closest we've gotten to making a movie with a crazily, when like the biggest budget we've ever did was that Civil War movie with old girl from the Spider-Man movies, then that's cool if you want to play in that wheelhouse. But if you're someone who's scared because of money or whatever the case is on an IP like Friday the 13th, I don't understand why y'all would sit and put up and say that y'all want to make this movie only to try to find ways of sabotaging it. Oh, not movie, this series without, I mean, but then you're trying to find a way to sabotage the very thing that y'all put money up for. Like if y'all deciding that this is the idea that we have, this is great, y'all have scripts, y'all have whatever done, then stick with it. But I understand if the scripts is going left and it's like, okay, this is not initially what we signed up for or what we agreed on, then yeah, I'm like, okay, we need to pull a plug. But it just seemed like it was just everybody was all over the place. Too many cooks in the damn kitchen, and y'all didn't know what the hell y'all was doing. So it says how much Peacock knew about the showrunner's removal is also a source of contention. Several sources said that the streamer had known about their removal ahead of time, while others suggest that they were intimately involved with the decision. And still another claimed that order came from one of the top execs at Universal. One source close to the production maintains that NBC Universal and A24 are aligned on their decision to remove Fuller and Gray. So now we just getting so many different things, and I guess we just got to take it with a grain of damn salt. Now it says the original Friday 13th. Well, we don't. Do we need to really go into what Friday 13th is about? We don't need a whole origin situation. We all know what Friday 13th is. Once upon a time was a part of Paramount. They had like what 10 movies. Then we had Jason Went to Hell. Then they did Jason versus Freddy, which I love. That's like one of my favorite movies. I also forgot Everything Everywhere All at Once was another big tentpole film. Well, a big movie, a big hit for A24. Made a shit ton of money at the box office, won a ton of Oscars. So they said what was it? A24 had a 2.5 billion valuation. So now they're trying to get more into the commercial space. It says in the grand ambition of Crystal Lake, each season would be a deconstruction of the first 4 Paramount movies. The series would incorporate lore from several sequels, but remix that material in a way similar to Fuller's Hannibal, which interpolated the Thomas Harris novels for 3 seasons, saying that we had the mask, we had the sequels, we could do whatever we wanted. He had a good path forward, which I did really like, said the source close to the A24 side of Fuller's vision. Toberoff initiated I guess it's one of the producer's name because I was skipping through and I didn't go and look for what his first name is. So it says Toberov initiated a long, elaborate dance with A24, which agreed to all of the terms he and Miller wanted. The studio was looking for a globally recognized property to move them into a more mainstream territory and aimed to maintain the A24-ness of Crystal Lake by installing an auteur like Fuller behind the scenes. A24 offered Fuller the show in December 2021 before the studio had even secured the rights. And on Halloween 2022, Crystal Lake got a straight-to-series order. Now, by January 2023, a development room had been established with Fuller, Gray, and several writers working on deepening the world of Crystal Lake. What was initially a 6-week stint was extended to May 2nd. That's when the Writers Guild went on strike. By Thanksgiving, both the WGA and SAG-AFTRA strikes had been resolved, and by the beginning of 2024, Crystal Lake was back on track, except there was one problem. Despite being the first studio to sign the WGA's minimum basic agreement, A24 refused to convert the writers who had worked on the initial development phase into actual paid writers, according to several sources. So now they want to sit and pay the writers. They had all these people that had worked on the stuff. I guess they were excited with where all the writing and stuff went, but then when it came down to it, y'all didn't want to pay them what they were supposed to be paid. So it said the writers had gone on strike in part of its practice of merely keeping a development room instead of converting that room into a paid writer's room, and it was now verboten according to the WGA's new deal with the studios. A24 assured Fuller and Gray that they would be a paid writer's room, but later backtracked according to several Crystal Lake sources. The lack of paid writers created an unfortunate logjam. Fuller couldn't deliver polished scripts because the writers who wrote the initial versions needed to do another draft or were prohibited by guild guidelines because they weren't staffed writers. According to those with knowledge of the situation, the 4 writers are owed roughly $100,000 each for already completed work. When approached by the Wrap, the guild said it had of course they don't, no comment on the matter. A source close to A24 denies any violations. Most of the time, when we make shows, we have most of the season written. That's what I was thinking. I'm sitting there thinking, like, when you make a show, you're supposed to have the stuff written already. Like, what the hell went wrong? It's like y'all be trying to find ways to cut corners and not pay writers what they're supposed to be paid. Because if they ain't on the page, they ain't on the stage, as they always say. So it says most of the time we make shows, we have most of the season written. This is what a source that's close to A24. You figure out how to get there. We just weren't getting there. Those close to the project on the A24 side said Crystal Lake fell behind on producing scripts, which impacted the entire production. Several other sources rebutted the claim and said not only was the production moving ahead as promised, it was actually ahead of schedule. Really? A24 also argued that Fuller and Gray with Fuller and Gray over the scripts. A24 would say the writer's room is Jim and Brian's living rooms. Their thinking was, well, we've gotten so far without them, said one member of the Crystal Lake team. One person on a call between Nandon and Gray described Gray as adamant and obstinate, a puppet for Brian, saying he knew we were right and he was powerless. Several others denied this depiction of Gray. An individual close to A24 said Fuller was too busy working on his upcoming movie Dust Bunny to pay attention to Crystal Lake. This has happened to him before on Star Trek Discovery and American Gods, 2 shows Fuller exited over budget concerns. Crystal Lake producers said that the production was unaffected by Fuller's feature duties and that he also wrote 2 Crystal Lake scripts while in post-production on the movie. And this is why I don't understand why y'all would continue to work with someone who really doesn't want to give 110% to the project that they signed on to do. Because if he has this reputation of once upon a time being a part of Star Trek Discovery and once upon a time being a part of American Gods, but then you're not necessarily giving 110% to those projects that you should be focusing on. Because if I'm assigned to be a showrunner on a show, that is where my primary concern is. I don't give a fuck about doing no movie on the side or whatever the case is if I cannot be able to split my brain and do both. If I'm going to focus on something, I'm going to focus because it takes a lot of work to put a TV series together. It's not easy putting a TV series together, and it's not easy putting a movie together. And to me, I believe this part because I've been paying attention with the fact that you really did not see Brian Fuller talking a lot about the Friday the 13th series. There were a lot of people asking about it. I was going bloody discussing, and they were doing reports, and there were other horror movie pundits that were talking about Friday the 13th, but I never really saw people out here really speaking on, or people from that franchise, including Brian Fuller, talking about it. He was always referencing Hannibal. I'm like, Hannibal ain't been on TV in years. Why are you still talking about that damn show? Yeah, the show was what it was when it was on NBC, and I like what you did with it for the 3 seasons that you had, but quiet as it's kept, move on. Like, the show is done. You did what you did with the show. NBC did what they did in regards of promoting and not really promoting the show. The show really did push the envelope in regards of what it was on network television, in my opinion. Then they dumped it on a Saturday, its final season. But move on from that. Your primary focus should have been on Crystal Lake and not some damn Dust Bunny movie. But anyway, it says a source close to A24 maintains it was Fuller who did not want an actual writer's room. I believe it. And then they would have hired the writers on if the show wasn't so over budget. It was never like it was never happening, said one source close to the production of the A24 side. It was just purely how does it look? Are people coming for the whole production or part of the production? We still had a budget that was widely over. Crystal Lake producers maintained they consistently requested additional weeks for the writer's room and were told by A24 execs that Peacock had mandated they get no more than 6 weeks, when the WGA was mandating 12-week minimums. I do not think that you can get a script written in 6 weeks unless you want a piece of shit film done by yours truly, Tyler Perry, but who can write something out in 2 days and think that's Oscar caliber writing. But no, I do agree that people need at least 2 months to really develop a script, an airtight script. Now, if you're genius in that way, where you can really type something out the park with no rewrites and that it could be perfect, then you're really good. But for the most part, I do feel like a month and 2 weeks is not enough. I would say 2 months gives people enough time to really sit down, develop characters, come up with structure, all the things that goes into writing a script. It says each episode of Crystal Lake, which was intended to have 8 per season, was budgeted at around $9.6 million, but according to sources, A24 wanted to cut that in half. One source told the Wrap it was all set at that camp. It was all very feasible. Because I'm sitting there like, if it's all set up at a camp, camp shouldn't be expensive. Now, if they could make the first Friday the 13th on a teeny tiny budget back in 1980, why do y'all need a episode of a show to cost damn near $10 million? So that's like they said, an $80 million budget. You don't need that. You could have literally done, I would say, you could possibly do $1 million a budget. I mean, $1 million an episode, if you really think about it. But unless y'all want to do something like practical effects and that sort of thing, maybe that'll cost a little more, but you could really find a way. I mean, look, it's A24. A24 has never had issues with creating content on the cheap. So I don't know how it got to this budget. So it says in a meeting held prior to the showdown and attended by several sources close to the production, Inman Young, A24's production head, whose previous credits include projects like The Whale, which budget was $3 million, and Waves, whose budget was $6 million, claimed that the show wasn't just highly over budget, it was 100% over budget. Several members of the Crystal Lake production team refuted that assertion. A24 decided to make Young available. They said A24 declined to make Young available for comment. The Wrap viewed a budget compiled roughly a month before Crystal Lake was shut down and shows the series was roughly over budget by about $4 to $6 million, for the entire season. As the show progressed through prep and pre-production, several Crystal Lake insiders felt that the budget would be corralled to the satisfaction of both A24 and Crystal Lake's team. As one Crystal Lake team member said, depending on the strength of the American dollar, the budget could have been reduced by $2 million just by the conversion. See, I was trying to be nice and say $1 million, but in my mind, I was thinking at least a good $2 million. So, if they told about that it was going to be 8 episodes, and if they could round it out to about $2 million, that's about $16 million budget for the film. I mean, for the series, which would not be a bad thing because a horror movie of that caliber would cost about $16 to $20 million, where you can make it based off that, and you'll be good. Because if you put it out at the box office, it'll make its budget back probably over the weekend. That 3-day weekend period. So $60 million budget on a slasher film or a slasher series. I don't know why I keep calling it a film. Probably because Friday the 13th I've always seen it as a film franchise rather than a TV show. So that's why I keep thinking in my head film. So it says, according to several Crystal Lake team members, the A24 execs were unaware of exactly how a television show operated. This is why you hire showrunners and people who are used to making TV shows, which I guess they thought that they did when they hired Brian Fuller. Unfortunately, Brian Fuller's heart really wasn't in the whole Friday the 13th franchise. I'm sure he had a couple of ideas. He brought in some people that can help him incorporate whatever, but like they said, he was more interested in that damn movie and promoting, and then always talking about Hannibal than really developing this Crystal Lake franchise. So when the plan was introduced to shoot the show in multiple units, with the main unit, a second unit, and a splinter unit, young ass of A24 would have to hire two of every department head. TV normally works with single department heads whose work filters into every unit, with one art director providing the art direction for the entire show. And if A24 is not used to TV or working in the TV space, why not just look at your favorite TV show? For instance, House of the Dragon, or that's just an example, or, The Last of Us. Speak to those people. Bring someone who worked as a showrunner from those type of situations and ask them advice on, oh, we've never worked in the TV space. What is the protocol? What do y'all do in regards of like second units and splinter units and main units and all these different situations when it comes to shooting a show? Like, y'all have this is what irritates me about Hollywood. Y'all so goddamn cheap to really want to spend money on things if y'all are not familiar with how things work. If you don't know how something works, hire the best, do your research, hire the best of the best and incorporate them into your project. So that way, these people who know what they're doing make you look good. But why do that, right? When you want to cut corners and not want to pay people. So if you're and it says, if you're the production executive on Red Rocket and you suddenly are on this, you're flabbergasted. This is what one Crystal Lake member said, referring to A24's 2021 film with a budget of just 1.1 million. And that was, Red Rocket. A source close to the project refuted this, suggesting that A24 had just come off the sympathizing HBO series that had 1.5 times the budget of Crystal Lake. So they said further confusion ensued when A24 put a deposit down on stages in Canada to aim for a summer shoot on a budget. The Rap Viewed was proposed start date was July 22nd. It wasn't clear if the Crystal Lake team of A24 knew they had already rented the sound stages. Some executives at A24 didn't even know the other execs at A24 had leased the offices. So there's a lack of communication clearly going on at A24. How do you not know where your money is going? If y'all are putting up money to rent out sound stages in Canada, if you're putting up money for people to lease offices so that way y'all are on location for whatever reason of what's going on with your project, how are you not knowing what's happening with the money? Like, how are y'all not keeping track of that? Especially when y'all crunch every damn dollar when it comes to these smaller budget films. That's what I don't understand. It's like all of a sudden, y'all just throwing away money like y'all Warner Brothers or Sony when you're a small studio. So according to one Crystal Lake source, A24 was trying to make the show for dramatically less than the 85 million Peacock was giving them to make it. A source close to A24 vehemently denied that and maintained that the show was over budget in a way that crippled the production. A more likely scenario, according to one member of the Crystal Lake team, is that A24's perceived inexperience led to confusion, disarray, and questionable bookkeeping. Their grasp in the process of how a show is done, didn't really seem to be comprehensive. You don't say. Said one source close to the project. From a budgeting point of view, we got a budget that didn't really correspond to anything. Now, what is next? Because we need to wrap this up. But like I said, this was a long article. We need to break it down. I need to try to make sense of it. And I feel like at this point, it's like, yeah, this is not something you want to spend 2 minutes trying to break down, because this is a show that a lot of us horror fans, especially like if you're a fan of Friday the 13th and a fan of a lot of the slasher films, this is something that we got to take our time and break down this article piece by piece. So according to one source close to the project, A24 is still committed to making the show, although it is unclear if the studio will use the original Fuller scripts and outlines or start from scratch with new creative leadership. One suitor, according to several sources, is Nick Antosca, who worked with Fuller on Hannibal and wrote an unproduced Friday the 13th feature script back in 2015. Should Antosca get the job, he would jettison the work that already come before. Agents have labeled the Crystal Lake project as radioactive, according to another source with knowledge, even though it is one of the most important shows on Peacock, several other sources said. Now, it also says some in the Crystal Lake orbit placed the blame at the foot of NBC Universal, who feared that the submitted scripts were too dark. It's a horror movie. What do you expect? Camp in a Friday the 13th movie? I mean, don't get me wrong. There have been campy moments in Friday the 13th, particularly if you want to talk Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives, which is like one of my favorites because it's got a little silly campiness and it's got comedy. It's like an action comedy, action horror comedy. So I love, the balance of Friday the 13th Part 6 because it takes, from Frankenstein and making him like a zombie Jason. And some of the kills in that movie are just downright hilarious. Especially the trailer park scene. I mean, the trailer scene. They did park in the trailer park when they was hunching. Court's cute ass. But then, then they, the iconic scene. If you haven't, where have you been? Because the movie came out like 30-something odd years ago. Or maybe it might be 40. No, it's 30. It's almost 40 years old. But anyway, nevertheless, that is not the point. The point is, I don't understand how y'all sit up here talking about the script is too dark, especially when you're equating it with Friday the 13th. So it says, but most of those the rap talked to believe A24 was at best ill-equipped to handle the project. Like Crystal Lake, with A24, they panicked because they didn't feel they could manage the situation. As said one Crystal Lake team member, it's the most honest explanation. Now, to a degree, a source close to A24 agrees with the assessment by saying, we kept believing we could make it work. Some of that is our fault, but we believed in Brian and his reassurance to us. We just didn't have another option. Well, if they said that they have something from Nick Antosca, who wrote a Friday the 13th script back in 2015, which would be damn near 10 years ago, almost 10 because it's 9 now, then if he's got an interesting idea, I would say use some of the ideas from that. And if y'all have some good stuff from what Brian Fuller developed with his writing team for the Crystal Lake stuff, why not incorporate that? So make it a hodgepodge. If y'all can find a way to make it work, make it work. But I would say, like, look, I don't know if they're gonna get back to are they gonna actually film in July, or are we still postponing it while they continue to work on the script? And how much time do they give the writers to rework everything? Or are they reworking all the scripts? Like, what's going on with all that? So this was a very interesting article. There was a lot to break down. They broke a lot down. And yeah, so definitely I will keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops, because clearly it was a lot. This is probably like a 20-minute segment, but yeah, there was a lot to break down with this. Same thing with Blade. It's funny how this flew in with each other. The Blade story and now the Friday the 13th. I'm excited for this Friday the 13th series. I really want to see this series win. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do with this. I'm really excited to see who they're going to bring in, if there's going to be Nick and whatever his ideas are, because it's been a long time coming. I definitely need Jason on my damn screen. We've come close with that show that came out. Damn, I forgot the name of it. The one that basically just came out with the Jason-esque character that's just walking through the woods, killing people and stuff. That's all in the movies that's getting mixed reviews. I definitely want to see that film, In a Violent Nature. I definitely want to see that film. I haven't gotten around to seeing it yet because I know it's a limited release and it's hard to find a theater, especially in New York City, where I can go and see it. So I'm definitely rooting for this film to be, or this series to finally get put out on Peacock and see where they go with it. And to me, the whole dark thing with Jason just sounds ridiculous. Like, what do you expect? It's a damn guy in a hockey mask going around hacking people up, creating carnage candy. So it goes hand in hand. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? What did you think about all that whole breakdown with the Friday the 13th series and all the stuff that's doing with that, and all the behind the scenes shenanigans that was going on with Brian Fuller and not paying the writers, and so much drama with A24 and the budget getting damn near to be $100 million, which has never been heard of, that we can get a slasher film that's balloon that's budget has ballooned to almost $100 million. Like that's crazy in my opinion. Like movies like of that caliber shouldn't even be that high. You could make a slasher film or a series for that nature for under $20 million. So I don't know what the hell they was doing over there. Clearly A24 was in over on their head over they were in over their head. I'm glad that hopefully they've, according to the article, they've reined it in and they figure some things out and they're going to actually make it work. And we'll finally get a quality Friday the 13th series. Because look, it's been a long time coming. I think, like I'm British, I think it's been 15 years since we've gotten a Friday the 13th movie or something of the Friday the 13th world on our screens. Not counting the fan-made film with Tom Matthews that is currently on, was it Never Hike Alone, which is currently on YouTube, which was a good one, by the way. If y'all haven't seen that one, definitely check it out. But let me know what you guys think of this story down in the comments below. Okay, so we have a lot of comments. So let me get to those. Okay, so it says, hold on. It said, yeah, Charlize is going to be expensive. She could do it, though. I definitely see that. Okay, they already paid the deposit. It said, Kevin Williams said, okay. Yeah, it's 85 million for A24 is a heart attack. So no wonder they went a different direction. Yeah, I was like, that's too much damn money. And it was just like, I saw a clip the other day of Mark Wahlberg talking to Kevin Hart. And he said something, yeah, fuck Mark Wahlberg and Kevin Hart. They could both go for playing traffic. I can't stand Mark Wahlberg non-acting ass. I like his brother Donnie though. There's like, a lot of people don't care for Pamela, but because the sequels are in a legal case, they'll determine the right owners. Yeah, because I'm like, what could you possibly do with Pamela Voorhees that would make it her relatively interesting on our screen? But they said they were able to work around doing Jason or whatever the case was. Because here's the thing: we didn't get Jason until Friday the 13th Part 2. We only got Pamela Voorhees in Part 1. And while Part 1 is a good movie, to me, it's not one of my top favorite Friday the 13th films. If there's anything I like, I love Friday the 13th Part 2 more than I like Part 1. Yeah, it has its moments and there's certain things in it that makes the movie iconic and all that other stuff. But Friday the 13th Part 2 has always been my favorite. Potato sack on the head, notwithstanding. And then Friday the 13th Part 3 was 3D. I like that one too. That's when Jason first gets his hockey mask. The final chapter, when we first get Corey Feldman as Tommy Jarvis. That's another one that's one of my all-time favorites. And look, that iconic dance that Crispin Glover does in the movie, that's another scene that gives me my life. So I've always liked Friday the 13th, the final chapter. I think, to be honest, I think Friday the 13th, the final chapter was the very first Jason movie that I saw when I was a kid because my mother had it on VHS. And we weren't allowed to watch like horror movies and stuff. So I knew where she kept her secret stash of movies. And she tried to hide them from like when my aunt came over to babysit us. So I remember I stole a bunch of movies and I hid them. So when her and my father went away, I went and I brought them down. I was like, yeah, let's watch these movies. So Friday the 13th, the final chapter was one of them. And I watched it. And I remember that scene where the girl was hitchhiking and she was eating a banana. That scene scared the shit out of me. But it was like, I think that was like the first time I saw a Friday the 13th movie. And then as I got older, then it was like I went back and I started watching. Now it's just like one of my all-time favorite franchises where I just watch them back to back like a marathon. And I said, sounds like A24 needs to publicly pull the plug. I'm sorry, but it's too big of a franchise for them. Well, we'll see if they can make it happen. I mean, I'm still rooting for it to happen, but yeah, I'm just like, give it to somebody else if y'all don't know what the hell y'all doing. Like, to be honest, I really wish that we would have had like a Friday the 13th movie before we even got a TV show. So I just didn't understand the whole point of them doing a TV show in the first place. I heard they're going to do a second season of the Ted series. Funny enough, I haven't seen the first one because I've been meaning to get around to it, but I just feel like I just get so overwhelmed with TV shows that by the time I'm ready to get around to these shows, um, it just doesn't happen. So, I'll forget about it. Something else will pop up. But yeah, but I know this: when Ted season 2 pop up, and they be like, "Oh, the new season coming out," then I'll just binge the first one. So that's what I'll do. I said, "Oh," but I heard that it was really popular. So the strikes are affecting the companies like A24. It's the strikes affected everybody, pretty much. And hey, Cleveland Legends, it's like 85 million for a show, unless they use a lot of CGI. I don't know why they would need that much money. Exactly. And I'm like, first of all, one of the things we love about horror, especially slasher movies, do practical effects. Like if you need to if you need to use CGI to enhance a situation, I could understand that. Like I only would use CGI if I need to enhance things. It's like with John Wick. A lot of times they would only use CGI to enhance a situation, like if they were putting in the fake bullets, because they did not use bullets when they were shooting those guns in that film. And then when they needed to use the blood, the way that Chad Stahelski wanted the blood to fly as people would get hit with the bullets, he wanted to kind of look like a painting in a way. So that was all put in post in special effects. So if you want to use CGI and stuff for that, I understand. But for the most part, I prefer like, okay, if we're gonna put an axe through somebody's head or something, like do a practical effect of it because it looks more effective. Tom Savini did all that when he did the effects on the original movie. So I'm like, why can't we go back to basics with that? Because that's what we horror fans love. We love the practical effects stuff. We don't only want like fake CGI mess. That was one of the things I hate about John Carpenter's The Thing. Not his movie. His movie was amazing, especially with all the effects and stuff that they use with that. But when they try to do like a what was it, a prequel or something or another? That shit was terrible, especially because they were doing CGI and all the CGI looked terrible in there, and it was just a mess. So there was a big difference with that, and that's why John Carpenter's The Thing stands the test of time because people love the practical effects in there. Same thing with Alien, the practical effects and the puppeteering and stuff they did of the xenomorphs. People love that type of stuff. They don't want to just see like some fake thing, like I'm reacting to a damn green tennis ball. I want to see the real thing in my face, and then I could really react to it. Well, yeah, I don't know if they would want to build the cabins and stuff. Or I was like, they could either use an actual campground, which they did do when they were in Jersey when they filmed the original Friday the 13th, or you can basically use sound stages. Sound stages, you can do that too, but for exterior shots, if you need to run around the woods, you could do that. But if you need to do all the other stuff where you don't want to cause damage to people's property, the sound stages actually work. Because then you got to pay all them people. I said that guy getting hunched is John Travolta. Oh, you talking about the one? You talking about Court from Friday the 13th Part 6? That was John Travolta's nephew. He said, I'm friends with him. He has 23 kids. They said he had 23 kids with one woman because, like, nephew, mom, uncle gave her. Well, I could definitely see why um, people went and accused Court of the actor that played Court of being gay. But I'm like, 23 damn children. That's a lot. Damn, um, he beat Nick Cannon. But I'm like, when I was looking at Court, I was like, yeah, first of all, he was a cutie back in the day. And you did see like they put a lot of eye makeup on him. Like the eyes was, I don't know if it was like his lashes were just lashing because he's Italian, or it was the fact that they put some eyeliner and stuff on there because there was a lot of eye makeup. There was something in that movie. As I love Charlize Theron. Please step down. You're too big of a price tag for an independent studio. I mean, if she wanted to do like something in the vein of like a monster, I understand that. But Friday the 13th, Pamela Voorhees, as much as I love Charlize, is like, no, she would be, I feel like her being a big A-list star is too much of a distraction for her to jump into that. I would go with like an unknown or something. I'd have been like, would have been good to play Pamela Voorhees. I'd have been like, why not Mary Cherry from Popular? She does a lot of them. I forget her actual name, but she's done American Horror Story. She's done a lot of Ryan Murphy stuff. So I'd have been like, she would have been a good one. I said, unless she's a producer and getting those back end residuals, A24 would be doing the most with the budget. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I said. 20 million actually, in my opinion, works. They said, I'm sorry, but I can't see her taking a huge price cut to keep this series happening. Let it go to someone who wouldn't mind. And this is the problem I have with companies where they think like a big name equals big success. And it's like when it comes to horror films, people don't want a lot of these big names attached. We watch these shows, we watch these movies and stuff because, you don't know where they're going to go in regards to the character. And then you're not scared to kill off, a big name. It's like when Kevin Bacon did the original Friday the 13th, nobody knew who he was. He wasn't known back then, which made him way more, which made his death more impactful. So it's an A24 chasing waterfalls. They need to stick to the rivers and the 20 million budget. Okay. Because even $20 million is a lot for them. As a new actor, slasher films do well with new actors. No need for an established actor. Slasher films sell themselves with the director and a good script. It's in a 2009 movie because it was three. No shade, but I actually liked that Friday the 13th, the remake with Jared Padalecki. I will say I like the opening sequence. The opening sequence was good. Then it just became your typical run of the mill slasher movie where this guy was being a dick. They go to a cabin. We get to see Willa Ford's tits. That's about it. So, um, I do agree it works better with an unknown. It says Scream was a cheap budget for the 90s. We all know how it grossed. Exactly. But they didn't want to pay Nev Campbell her worth, but now they did because they need her. They tried to play in her face, but they paid her coins. The director vision sells a slasher film. No need for an established actor. Get the right director, get the right script. Exactly. No need to put 20 on 10 when it comes to a slasher film. Friday the 13th may have been much for you in the 90s as you were a kid. Your mother is right. She is not trying to deal with a scared kid who's not full of sleep. Yeah, it probably would have been, but I thought first of all, I was a kid that thought he knew it all. I was just like, I can handle it. I'm not a scaredy cat, but it was like that scene of the hospital sequence with the ladies twerking in the camera, and then Axel, the perverted guy working in the mortuary part of the hospital or the morgue, and then Jason was in there, and the damn thing was cracked open. That was the way for him to get out and turn his neck. And then it was a lot of scary moments in that movie. I should not have started off watching the final but I didn't know nothing about like parts and sequels and things. It was just a horror movie that I just wanted to see. I said, yes, Scream has established TV actors, but teens were watching Party of Five. And that was the thing too, was like, I think that it was smart because they knew how to draw us to the theater, that they would pick like people from TV shows to kind of carry their slasher films because they weren't really that known. So it's like if you take somebody from Party of Five, like Nev Campbell, and put her in Scream, and you take someone from Party of Five, like Jennifer Love Hewitt, and put her in I Know What You Did Last Summer, and then you take someone from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, like Sarah Michelle Gellar, and put her in Scream 2, and I Know What You Did Last Summer, and a bunch of other horror films, then it's like we can play around in these houses and stuff, and there's no guarantee that these girls will survive. So I like the idea they seem to take a lot more risks in that way. These days, these kids will probably put a clause and you can't kill me off. Well, that's not fun. If y'all gotta have plot armor. We saw what happened with the last Scream movie, where people was irritated with the plot armor going around the core four, me being one of them. And so I said, plus we had a lot of scary TV and films in the 90s. X-Files was scary as hell for me as a kid in the 90s. Mulder and his anxiety was frightfully olden. I used to be, that show, the X-Files used to freak me out too. That's why I really couldn't stick with it. That, and it was another show that used to freak me out as a kid. First of all, the theme song used to scare me. I used to watch Tales from the Dark Side. That show used to scare the hell out of me when I was a kid. Like I said, you are most definitely right about Nev Campbell. We have to include Jennifer Hewitt. I Know What You Did Last Summer. We already knew them, and we all knew Monica. Not Monica Geller. And said, but Nev Courtney is part of why Scream is really successful because the females, they weren't a stereotype, but to find out because a gay man wrote them. And gay men will write a strong female character. Even though I know women hate that term, but I'm just using it for the context. And I do hate it too, because like strong female, like what the fuck does that even mean? But that women are only strong in certain situations. So I do agree with like how women especially female actors get frustrated over that. So it says the familiarity with Monica and Nev Campbell was helpful with Scream, but those were TV actors, and Monica was well, she was. And then now it's like, I guess with every movie, that budget goes up, and that price tag go up too. Charlize being an Academy Award winning actress, she is too expensive for this type of movie. I need Rena to call out Charlie XCX for staying quiet while she allowing look. Rena Sawayama got to worry about, got to work out whatever she got going on with herself, yeah. Because it is a mess over there with them, and the fact that George and them is not allowing her to make music because they on the same label. And if Miss Charlie is as feministic as she says she is, she can't be, gatekeeping who can make what and do what. Because otherwise, I'd be like, just let me have my goddamn contract. Because now you're fucking with my coins. I'm gonna take your ass to court and put y'all out of business. And I said, Marsha Cross from Desperate Housewives. She would, you know what? That would be a good choice. I don't know why I didn't think of her because you know what? I loved her on Melrose. What was it? Yeah, Melrose Place. She was on Melrose Place, and then she was on Desperate Housewives. Miss Bree Vanderkamp, who I always thought reminded me of Lisa Vanderpump. So they were like similar in that way. Or I thought she was very much like a Jackie Collins type of character. That said, put reality TV people on this series. What, to kill them off? I'd have been like, you know what? Remember when they had a reality show called Scream Queens and Carly Red was on there? That show was a mess. And it said Survival of the Housewives. Okay. I love Desperate Housewives. I do watch. I forgot that I could still watch that show. Yeah, they could put reality TV stars on it and kill them off. Look, they put Sutton Strack from the Housewives of Beverly Hills was on Chucky the last season. I said the only issue is the reality stars are not SAG members, but I mean it depends if they could probably use some of them that are SAG members. I believe Nene Leakes is a SAG member. Who else is an actress? Denise Richards is a SAG actress. You could use Kyle Richards. Kyle Richards comes from Halloween, the original one, and she was in the David Gordon Green films. You could use her, so it depends. Y'all can use, and then if Sutton actually did an episode of an act with lines and everything. Oh, I forgot Lisa Rinna too. And who else? I just said her damn name, Sutton. Now Sutton was in Chucky. Shouldn't she have a SAG card? Because I think the minute you get dialogue to say and like if you say lines in the show, you automatically get a SAG card. I think you're automatically a SAG member. I believe I heard that. So say, yep, SAG, Kyla SAG and Kim Richards. I forgot because yeah, Kim Richards and her, they both come from Disney. Kim and Kyle started out being Disney girls. You know, Escape from Witch Mountain and all those other movies. That was a movie I used to love when I was a kid. Was Escape from Witch Mountain with Betty Davis. Yeah, and I forgot too, Garcelle Beauvais. They got a lot of actors on there. Chad, first of all, they probably just used the whole cast of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills at this point, and just use the whole cast of Beverly Hills Housewives because majority of them are actresses. And I think they could also use Cynthia Bailey. I believe. Look, she's done some acting, so they could use her. Kenya Moore, I believe, has done some acting. And like we said, Nene Leakes. So they can use them. I said the minute you say dialogue, you must be paid, and you have to be SAG. Mm-hmm. When I said Escape from Witch Mountain, that was my movie. I remember when I rented that from Blockbuster or something, one of the mom and pop video stores when I was a kid. Kenya Moore can't look. She gonna need a job now that she been allegedly suspended indefinitely from the Real Housewives of Atlanta for showing Revenge P for one of the castmates. And my thing is, it would have been way more impactful if the girl was actually there when you unveiled her with some man's meat in her mouth in front of an audience when you're supposed to be selling hair care products, not dick sucking products. So that would have been a smart thing to do. But anyway, let's move on and let's get to the main story, which is Justin Timberlake getting his ass put in handcuffs out in Sag Harbor, Long Island, as in the Hamptons chair. So the sexy back singer, who's 43 and looks about 63, was pulled over in Sag Harbor and taken into custody on Monday night. A law enforcement, that was last night, a source told ABC News. A Sag Harbor Justice Court official confirmed to Newsday that the charges Timberlake faces are DWI related. Timberlake is expected to appear in court for arraignment on Tuesday. Now, the former NSYNC member, oftentimes referred to as the Prince of Pop, has been on his The Forget Tomorrow tour. Can we please forget it? Since April. And has concert dates scheduled for next week in the Big Apple. Because, yes, next Tuesday and Wednesday, he is performing at my job at the Garden. Because, I work at Madison Square Garden in New York. He is supposed to be performing there for 2 nights. Now, it says, Rest for Timberlake did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Now, he's also scheduled for shows Friday and Saturday at Chicago's United Center. So I guess that's this Friday. and Saturday. So I guess because, Father's Day and everything, he's got this big break that he's taken for now, which I think is actually good. I think more artists should do that. I feel like there was one artist that I heard that said that they do 3 weeks of shows and 3 weeks where they're off. I'm trying to remember who the hell said that because it was just recent that I watched it was Orville Peck because he did an interview with Got Mick. And he was saying that before he used to do like 265 shows a year. And then Got Mick dumbass goes and says, I didn't even know that was that many days in the year. I'm like, sis, it's 365. Like, where have y'all been? How do y'all not? Y'all the same ones that probably think the world flat, like Sherry Shepherd, or that there's an actual railroad in the Underground Railroad, like Portia dumbass said when she was on the Housewives of Atlanta. Like, there's 365 days in a year. How do y'all not know this? Did y'all fail life, education, whatever? Why am I going on a rant about Got Mick, not knowing about that there was 365 days in a year? Anyway, let's get back to this fool. So Justin Timberlake, Chad, what is going on in your life that you are going around doing DWI? Like you've never gotten in trouble for stuff like this. I mean, you have because you've been an asshole to the women that you steamrolled over to have your A-list career, and the alleged abortion that you told Britney Spears to have back when y'all were at the height of y'all careers, and she wanted to be a mother and have it because she loved you, but you were more concerned about your career, and then the constant sexual relationships you had with other people where you couldn't keep your legs closed to marry other women while you were in relationships with other women, where you were cheated on Brittany, allegedly, you cheated on Cameron Diaz, allegedly, you cheated on your current wife, allegedly. But is it alleged when we seen the pictures on social media of you with that actress from Raising Dion who had her hand on your thigh while y'all was out making that movie that nobody saw in New Orleans a couple of years ago? So clearly, to me, Justin seems like he's the type of person that's maybe at 43 is going through a midlife crisis. I know that is way too young to be going through a midlife crisis, that he's going through some things and he doesn't know what to do with himself. And unfortunately, you know, some people just believe that this is his karma that he's going through right now. That a lot of the stuff that you've done to people in the past, the way you treated people in the past, all the things you've done in the past, is coming back to get you. The world's coming to haunt, your past has come back to haunt you, and they feel like this is your karma. Now, I don't know if I believe, well, no, I'm not going to say that I don't believe it, because I actually do believe in karma. I do believe that the way you treat people, that shit will come back and get you tenfold. This is why I don't go out of my way to put no roots or be nasty to people and all that other mess. I mind my business, but this is breaking news, so we have to talk about it. So there's really not a lot going on in regards to this story. There's really, it's still developing. When I heard about it first thing this morning. A friend of mine sent me it in our usual group chat. I was in the middle of doing one story, and then all of a sudden this one, I was like, oh shit, now I gotta stop everything. I gotta hurry and finish this article so I can start on this one. And they were just talking about that, okay, so JT been locked up. And it's like, what I don't understand is you're someone who has a whole lot of money. You're worth millions upon millions of dollars. I don't know how much he's worth. I ain't even think about Googling. You know what? Let's do that as a class. Let's Google schmoogle. How much is Justin Timberlake worth? Or is it his net worth? Damn, they literally. It's funny how this article literally they wrote it 5 hours ago. It said his net worth. How much money does a singer who has been arrested for driving? On the other, wait, Timberlake has diversified his portfolio with business ventures like 901 Tequila, the William Ras clothing line. People wear them clothes. Co-owned restaurants, and even an investment in MySpace. Oh, I forgot that he invested in MySpace still. So it says he's worth $250 million. And funnily enough, it says that his wife, Jessica Biel, an accomplished actress, model, and producer, shares a combined net worth of $250 million with her husband. However, an estimated between $200 and $230 million comes from Justin's earnings. So the 250 does that. So what is she worth? Because it's saying a combined net worth. So what is her net worth? Because if he's worth 230 million, 230 million, does that mean that she's worth $20 million? Because that's all you be contributing. which ain't much, and which probably also explains why she ain't leave his ass. Because if he was out here doing all this cheating and stuff, she ain't going nowhere. She invested a whole lot in this. Wait, hold on now. Now I just came across this article, January 17, 2024. But clearly we in June, so this ain't happened. Because it said that Justin Timberlake and Jessica Biel are headed for a split. This is what the insiders is claiming. And this was from, oh wait, now I'm looking at the article, it says March 13th of 2024. So it says that there was a year when Justin was, see, now I brought it up. Look at them. Look at God. Look at my brain. I soup said it, and now here it is in the article. It says that they may be heading for a split because there was a year and a time when Timberlake was accused of cheating on Bill with Alicia Wainwright. That was her damn name from Raising Dion. I could not remember her damn name. But yeah, she was out here laying low and spreading it wide with a married man because they made a film together called Palmer that came out back in 2021. Now, during filming, Timberlake and Wainwright were spotted getting a little handsy with one another, but it seems that Bill decided to overlook. Well, what else was she going to do? But my thing is, if she divorced his ass tomorrow, you know how much money she could walk away with? Probably half his earnings. So it says, however, these days, Timberlake is embroiled with a slew of new controversies, and it seems that his long-suffering wife is no longer in a forgiving mood. Now, after years of rumors and speculation, there's reason to believe that Timberlake and Bill might really be on the verge of separation. Rumors are swirling that he and Jessica are headed for a split. This is what a source close to the couple tells Life and Style. There's a whole lot of ads. I got to keep scrolling through this to get to the article. To the stuff. So it says, though they do love each other, all the couples therapy they've undergone simply isn't fixing some of the underlying issues. The couple married in 2012, and they've since welcomed two sons, Silas, who's 8, and Phineas, who's 3. But despite their best efforts, it seems that Justin and Jessica's marriage may have run its course. And the insider says there's no clear evidence that the couple's recent real estate maneuvers. Friends say it's a sign they're getting their finances in order. So I guess what they're trying to say is that now y'all trying to get financial things in order and stuff because then they got to figure out who's going to split what. Now, at one point, they said they retreated to another home in Montana in the hopes of getting away from drama and starting over, but you can't run away from your problems. Because at one point, remember when the whole thing about Britney came out with the memoir, and then there was a situation where we saw that Justin and Jessica kind of like went into hiding. They went and retreated. I guess they went to like some island, whatever, like a little vacation with the kids. And then they showed like the long lens paparazzi people took a picture, and Justin looked worn the fuck out, like he'd been going through some things. Like maybe he drank a lot of that tequila that he has invested in financially, and is taking a lot of wear and tear on that skin. Because Miss Mamas, you look like you are tattered. So it says that in January 2024, Justin announced, that he would go on his world tour, which of course that he is already on, so we don't need to talk about that. But it says that basically what the tour means is going to be away from Jessica and the kids for weeks during the spring and summer, and then he added more dates. So we saw that he recently did that. He chopped one date, but then they said he added 9 more. So when you're a husband and a father, and you have small children, and you're out here touring to make money or whatever the case is, because I feel like at this point, if Justin's net worth is $250 million, 230 to 250, and he's got enough money from William Ras, the clothing line. I don't necessarily know who buys that. At one point, didn't he have a restaurant chain that was in New York that came and went? I think it lasted a good while before it closed. I can't remember the name of it, but I do remember he had like a restaurant chain that he invested in. And then there's, the liquor line, and there's all the other stuff. So he's got money coming in. So he doesn't really need to tour. Or because, summer is coming, my thing would be the wife, the kids, come with me on the road. Or I'll take the kids on the road with me while you go make your movies, whatever the case is. They'll be surrounded by enough people while I'm performing on stage for 2 hours, but I'll be the hands-on dad before, I have to go on stage and do a sound check, rehearsal, all that other stuff. So it says they don't want to be apart from each other for months at a time. So he has constructed a schedule where he gets to go home to Jessica and the kids a lot, which probably explains the whole thing about, the Sag Harbor incident. But you don't live in New York. So why were you in Sag Harbor partying and getting to the point where you were so shit-faced drunk that you were compelled to get behind the wheel and drive to the point where they pull you over? And one thing y'all need to learn about Long Island police do not play. They are dead ass when it comes to whatever craziness that y'all be doing. Because I just worked out, first of all, I grew up in Long Island. And I just recently worked out in Nassau County last week for the past 2 weeks, when I was doing the cricket matches. The amount of police and stuff that was working out there, where they had armed guards and all kinds of other stuff, bomb sniffers, all kinds of craziness that was going up in there, they do not play in Long Island. So when it comes to running lights, speeding, drinking and driving, they do not play in Long Island. So Justin learned I'm sure he learned today what he didn't think he was going to learn. And so, and then also it says, the past came back to haunt him, because we talked about it with Brittany and the whole thing with the memoir, where she didn't paint him in a flattering light, and instead of him just taking the L or whatever, he goes on stage, I'm not apologizing to no effing body and all that other stuff, which made him look more like a dick, made him look like he was out of touch, and rightfully so. So a lot of people feel like this is his karma. He's getting what's coming. The chickens have come home to roost, and now he's paying. They say you pay on the front end, you pay on the back end, but eventually you're gonna pay, and he's paying, because he said that 1 minute you say you regret your behavior, and then you come and say some slick shit out your mouth, which would any rational or irrational person probably knock his teeth in the back of his throat. But he's talking about that. Then he went and put out a thing where he said he apologized to my amazing wife and family for putting him through an embarrassing situation. So, and then ended up taking back his apology. So this is why people don't take him seriously. People look at him as a straight up clown. And at this point, it's just like, what are you going to do? Justin, you're a hot ass mess. You need to get it together. You need some therapy, possibly an exorcism, some rehab. Clearly you are basically Ben Affleck 10 years younger. Well, he's 43 and Ben is 51. So 8 years. You're got an 8-year gap. So with that being said, I'm curious, because this story is going to keep going as it develops. I'm sure by tomorrow we'll probably have a more in-depth reasoning behind what had happened, what made him was it what party was he attending? And I need details. Excuse me, in regards of what was going on with him and why he had to get lit to the point where he didn't think to call an Uber, or at least if you're a famous celebrity, why didn't you have a set in place okay, you have a driver that would pick you up to drive you wherever you needed to go? Because if you have that kind of money lying around, or your net worth is what that is, $250 million, you can afford to have a driver take you from point A to point B, instead of you getting behind the wheel, possibly risking your life as well as someone else's life on the road. So I'm curious to hear what you all have to say on this story. So definitely leave your comments in the comment section down below. Now we got a lot of comments. Let me get to those, chair. Cause it's child, I gotta scroll up. It's a lot of scrollation. Okay. You said regarding King, apparently she has been formally fired per the YouTube streets. Well, look, I remember at one point, Media Takeout reported it. First of all, I don't believe nothing Fred and them ashy ass ankles he got be saying over there at Media Fakeout, because 9 times out of 10, Media Fakeout lies about every damn story that comes up. I don't even know anybody who still goes to Media Fakeout, but I just find it funny that people still reference crap over there. Then Page 6 picked it up. So I'm like, oh damn, now the white peoples is picking it up. The white blogs, the white publications are starting to pick up the story about Kenya, Mohair Care. So that's been the floating rumor that she's been suspended indefinitely. I'm child, first what you say that her ass was fired. Y'all always gotta try to find a cute little way of trying to, blow. I was gonna say blow. how to soften the blow is what I wanted to say. So if you was out, first of all, you should not have been posting Revenge P on the thing. And also, with all the crazy, why would she even do that? Like, first of all, Ken, you are way better than doing that foolishness. If y'all was doing it because y'all were desperate for ratings, like, then y'all are just pathetic over there. And the Real Housewives of Atlanta should have just been canceled if y'all got to pull these type of stunts. And then on top of that, y'all seem to forget that Bravo is under so much scrutiny right now in regards to so many lawsuits, between the thing with Leah McSweeney, who filed another damn lawsuit against Andy Cohen saying he's trying to shut her up. And then you have Caroline Manzo with her lawsuit against Bravo for what happened to her with Brandy Glanville on that Ultimate Girls Trip season we still have not yet seen, or possibly will never see. And then you have the stuff with Nene Leakes and her accusations. Then you had Bethany coming out talking about there's a reality TV reckoning. Like, it's just been so much stuff going on with Bravo, and people saying that Andy Cohen is toxic and all the other stuff. So they can't afford no more drama and no more stuff going on over there and another damn lawsuit. So that makes perfect sense why they would do that. And Ken, you a fool. First of all, then I also heard that she said that she was going to sue whoever leaked the information. You better get one of them good sleuths on the line and do some digging. You can get them internet sleuths. First of all, they be real good when they go onto social media and be digging up shit. Especially when it comes to these racists or whatever craziness that be out here doing all kinds of stuff. The internet sleuths be interneting. And they be finding out people background, what job they worked at, and all that other stuff, like that crazy white lady who was trying to act like she was Susie Homemaker and drop the N-word like it was just nothing when she was on social media. And then she got and then when people started showing their outrage, she actually got invited to a lot of conservative platforms, and now she's becoming popular that way. But girl, it's only a matter, they're only using your dumb ass. It's only a matter of time before they have you bringing your knee pads to every meeting. I said, DUI. That's why I said the Hamptons. First, my grandparents live out in Suffolk County, close to the Hamptons. So, well, Sag Harbor, I should say. So, I'm very familiar with Sag Harbor and the Hamptons and stuff. But I was more or less, into Fire Island than I was going to the Hamptons. I said Justin needs to detox and get his body and voice together. Nobody's canceling anything. Justin's a hot ass mess. Well, clearly he's going through some things. He's just, stressed being what, a cis hetero male in his 40s going through it. You would want to decide to get married and have 2 kids and be that whole family man. And if you're going through a crisis of where you want to relive your youth and whatever the case is, that's something you need to work out with you, your wife, and the therapist. So Justin seems like he's quiet as his cat. Or is it really quiet? Because a lot of people have been saying that he look like he has aged like rotten tomatoes. I'm saying, for real, alcohol is clearly him. And you want to know something? That could be it. Maybe he's like a silent alcoholic and we ain't really realize it until now that he probably has a problem. I mean, he's from Tennessee. I'm sure he's someone who throws it back with the whiskey. First of all, whiskey is like my favorite drink. But tequila I try to stay away from because that does, fuck me up. But whiskey, I love me some whiskey. So it kind of makes you wonder, is like, maybe he has aged because he's been drinking and maybe he's been going through some things in his private life, but the chickens have come home to roost, or it's come now that the DUI happened. Maybe it was just like, because some people be trying to hide they stuff that been going on for years or whatever the case is, until something happens, and then all of a sudden we start to find out like this has been a problem for this person for a while, or something they've been doing behind the scenes starts to come out in the public. The internal stuff becomes external. So that could be what we're witnessing, that maybe Justin does have a drinking problem. Like Ben Affleck allegedly, I was going to say did, but look, some people said the word on the street is he relapsed allegedly. Justin has not been able to find his footing since he stopped working with, and well, they said that Timberlake worked on this new album on a couple of the songs. I mean, I know he's worked with a couple of other people, but that tends to be the case with certain artists. That is like Janet Jackson with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. It's like when she works with them, she makes magic. But when she steps outside of working with other people, the music doesn't work. And to me, Justin Timberlake and Timberland seem to have like this great rapport with each other where they just made magic. But then when he works with other people, it's just like the magic really isn't there. It's kind of like similar when we get into this story about Katy Perry and her and Dr. Luke, where it's like Once she left Dr. Luke because of them accusations or whatever, like her music started to flop because a lot of her big hits came from Dr. Luke. And now the word on the street is this new song that she wrote, which is a rejects track, a cutting room floor track from Ava Max. It was produced by Dr. Luke and Circuit because Ava Max got a writing credit on it, and Katy Perry went and changed a couple of words so she can get a writing damn credit. And yeah, I do agree. Timberland's sound does sound dated. Timberland ain't been hot since like the 2010s. Hip hop moved on from Timberlake. He just kind of lost himself. Timberlake never moved into acting. You know what? That was another thing too. I really feel like Justin Timberlake's career is very similar to Lady Gaga. Like I feel like them two had a height that worked, but then after a certain point, it's like, okay, y'all don't have like a long shelf life in regards of like the music. But if the music is starting to kind of like not be your source of income, like Taylor Swift, that's her only sole source of income, and that's how she's a billionaire, then I really feel like he should have transitioned into, he should have taken the opportunity to transition into acting and really focus on it. Whereas Lady Gaga's done the same thing. Yeah, she's trying to put out music as to, feed the fans or whatever. But I do feel like she's kind of pushed herself more into acting than music. Timberlake sold his catalog. I think, well, damn, it's like Justin Bieber got more for his. Should have invested in Facebook back in the early 2000s. Yeah, especially since he was in the Social Network, right? That would have been very on brand. Jessica does movies. She never went back to TV after Seventh Heaven, but again, she did marry Timberlake, so her career naturally. Yeah, and I think she did another project. She did something for Hulu or something or another, but I don't really be watching. I used to like Jessica Biel back in the day, like when she did a couple movies. Like even though the movie was terrible, I did like her in Blade Trinity, where she played Abigail Whistler. So I do like Jessica. I like Jessica Biel back then, but now it's just like whatever. And then I saw she was on an episode of The View. I mean, yeah. Well, I was gonna say, well, Jennifer Garner did kind of act, but she wasn't doing as much acting. Jesus Christ, hold on, because I have to shut off my damn. I'm gonna put my phone on Do Not Disturb because this this consistent vibrating of my damn phone every 5 minutes and my watch. Like I'm ready to kill somebody. It's like it's annoying. So it says, Jessica, yeah, well, that was another thing too, is that she's an okay actress. And then I did also, I forgot. I also liked her in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake. She was good in that with with that little tight tank top shirt on, the tight the wife beater. It's like, damn, I'm getting tongue tied today. I said, save for me, okay, actress. The last movie was Candy. Jessica Biel. She is a beautiful woman. I mean, she was a model. Could you imagine that's probably what caused him to go to the bottle? Was that all the backlash and stuff and all the hate that he got online, and he was trying to put on like this front, like he's this strong, yeah, fuck y'all, motherfucker, like very much like that whole bravado, but behind the scenes he was just sort of like dying inside and just like drowning his feelings at the bottom of a bottle. Like that's what I kind of get from him in that whole context. And said she is pretty, but her person. Well, yeah, that was another thing too. Is that Jessica Biel's a pretty girl, but she, excuse me, she lacks personality. Somebody was probably not truthful to Jessica regard. I'm sure he wasn't, and I'm sure. Well, I'm sure that he probably just didn't want a lot getting out in regards of their past. And Brittany is someone who has remained quiet for a long time and have allowed men and their misogyny to just trample all over her. And at one point, she was just like, you know what? Enough is enough. Finally, I need to take the bull by the horns, and I need to speak on my own truth. And I'm glad she finally came around to doing it. Now, I just hope that, the way that she came at that memoir, she comes at her music. And it's like, you know what? Finally, I got my groove back. Stella got her groove back. She's ready to get out there and really tackle the world and do things on her own terms, including her music career. So also Brittany said Justin cheated on her with a known Hollywood person, but Brittany would not say the girl's name because she is married with kids now. I really wish she would tell who it is because I want to know. It said if Timberlake were to divorce Jessica's financial, yeah, and that's why I was like, some people will stick with who they stick with. Similar when we talked about Victoria and David Beckham. Like, there's way too much tangled up in their money for them to divorce. Will and Jada, I feel, is the same way. And I was even thinking Kyle and Mauricio, because Kyle and Mauricio, they don't have a prenuptial agreement. They've split. They've never really announced that they were getting a divorce. So I could totally see that this is something that they would do, that they would just stay together for the sake of not having to cut the check. Because remember how much Madonna, yeah, exactly, how much Madonna had to pay Guy Ritchie. That was a whole lot of money. And she should have had him sign a pre. That was stupid on her part. I'm like, damn, that dick must have been good that she didn't think to sign a prenup. But you know how these people get when the marriage don't last. It's like, run me my money. Right, Carrie? Yes, she is. From Long Island. They said I did not. Oh yeah, we talked about that yesterday, that Madonna had to pay Guy, because we was talking about what was it? Oh yeah, we were talking about her wedding to Guy, and then one of the singers who performed at her wedding and sang on the balcony, like she was Ava Perón doing "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina." Like, she basically was out there singing on the balcony, and then they had the little thing, and she was giving inside tea, and they said, "Imagine if Lopez." Can you imagine? I mean, now I'm sitting there trying to wonder who has the bigger net worth. I'm thinking J-Lo probably has more money in the bank than Ben Affleck, but I really do hope that they sign a prenup, because if she didn't, she is the one and only fool. If Jessica and Justin didn't do a prenup, she would be able to get almost half his money. Mm-hmm. We said Brat topped the U.S. Billboard chart electronic, well, as it should, because it is an electronic album. I would have been nice if it would have charted higher on the regular Billboard chart. Yeah, she definitely will be getting paid if she divorced. And these two streets are going to be a mess tomorrow. When you think, oh, because more people are going to be talking about it, or there's probably be more tea that's going to come out about what happened. So, TMZ people, I need y'all to get on the line and figure out what's going on with this whole Justin Timberlake thing. Like, I want to see the body cam footage, because I know y'all somebody had to have some damn body cam on. I need to see the footage from the vehicle. I need to see y'all pulling Justin out the car. I need to see the level in intoxication. If he was by himself, who was he with in the car? Like, I need detail. I need TMZ to get on it, because the white publications will really go in and start doing the digging. So I need TMZ, because the black blogs will probably talk, but not to the measure, but this is their territory. This is the white folks' territory. So they're going to go deeper and harder for their own when it comes to this type of stuff, because Justin's a major artist. So this is good grist for they mill. So I need them, and I need Page Six to go in and let have on this whole Justin Timberlake story, so that we know the tea. Because I want to know. And I'll come back on tomorrow and tell you. And break it on down. And say, it dethroned the fame by Lady Gaga with close to 200 weeks at number one on the chart. As long as running number one album, the most successful album on that chart, the fame never left it. Where was his? Yeah, that was another thing too. It's like, where's Jessica Biel? Where's the kids? I mean, I know. Hold on. First of all, if it was late, they should be asleep. But yeah, if it's like, I'll be like, Jess, I'm lit. Come get me. That's what I would have been. And I'm like, first of all, you can't get mad. I'm grown. I can have a fucking drink and party and bullshit and party and bullshit and party. Like, I can party and have a good old time. That's another thing, because I was thinking we was talking about this in the Rebel Hearts group chat that I'm a part of. And we was talking about, like, there was something that I think Robert had mentioned where people was talking about, well, like, people of a certain age, like, once you hit 40 or whatever the case is, you can't have drinks, you can't go out and party, you should just go home after work and go, put your feet up on the couch and watch some TV or whatever until you fall asleep. And I'm like, fuck out of here. First of all, if I want to go to a lounge, if I want to go get lit at a brunch, and a drag brunch, if I want to go out to Fire Island and party down at, my friends' parties at the Pavilion, if I want to go to, my friend Dan Ardicio's notorious underwear parties, whatever, out in Fire Island on a weekend, bitch, I'm going to live it up until 4 in the morning. I'm going to regret it in the morning, because my body and shit going to be killing me. I'm going to be tired. I'm probably going to need a whole day to recover. But nevertheless, if I want to go out and get lit, if I want to go out and get drinks, we should be allowed to do that. Like, why people think, like, once you hit 40, you're supposed to die? Like, fuck out of here. I'll be damned if I'm going to sit up in here and just wither away and die in my own damn house and just watch Netflix all day until I'm like old. Like, no. Especially in the summertime, like I want to be outside of my little cute little crop tops and my short shorts, my daddy shorts, and going, to the gay establishments and trying to pull me some ass. Why wouldn't I do that? Yeah, that is more to this. And I was like, yeah, why haven't people mentioned where she is? And so how are you getting litty lit in the Hamptons and your wife is not with you? This looks sketchy. Whereas like he is upset. Probably, could you imagine if that's what it was too? That he was out here allegedly cheating and he got caught in something. That's why I said if he got pulled over for a DUI in a car, I wonder if he was alone or if he was with somebody else. And who was that somebody else? Because yeah, he should have if his wife and stuff was out here, especially because it's Father's Day just passed and this was on a Monday, and you're over here because you're about to start your tour up this week in Chicago, and then you're going to come to New York and do 2 shows. I don't understand like how. Yeah, it's a mess, but I'm sure that somebody gonna ask me. We'll see if he addresses it at his show, or is this a way for him to like get more people to come buy tickets to that forget my entire existence tour? So I do wonder that. But anyway, it said tequila equals Aztec truth serum. This drink will get you hard. I'm like, well, you don't want to drink too much whiskey, especially if you're doing like, and I learned this lesson, especially when you go to sex parties, whatever the case is, because whiskey will give you whiskey dick. We give you whiskey dick. I was trying to think, didn't Peaches have a song called Whiskey Dick? It's like Mariah Carey plus Jermaine. Oh yeah, that was another thing too. Mariah Carey and Jermaine Dupri, or Usher with Jermaine Dupri. That was another one. But Janet with Jermaine Dupri was a child. Oh, I do agree with this. That he definitely needs to go and retire. And so it said Katy Perry and Dr. Luke, that is some truth. Brittany and even Kesha, Dr. Luke can make those hits. Oh, he could definitely make hits, including putting hits on women's vaginas without their consent. And it said the internal stuff becomes external. Yeah, you're right, Chris. A lot of pretending and pointing fingers, and the intimacy is hell. Again, that's why I was like, you should have kept that shit behind the scenes, because I really feel like some stuff that you was doing behind the scenes is starting to come, to the fore. When you sweep stuff under the rug, when you sweep enough dirt under the rug, eventually that dirt got to come out. So it's coming. And I don't know if it's that Justin is unhappy in his marriage and has been for a long time, which is probably explains why he had to go and allegedly cheat with another actress. I do feel like that he's been going through it. Haven't we talked about in this show how we said like Justin, we don't even think shouldn't even be like to me, he don't give me like he needs to be married. Like he's not somebody who wants to be long committed. I feel like you just go through the motions just because he worries. I feel like Justin is one of those type of people that just worries too much about trying to please a certain demographic or try to be something he's not. Which takes us back to one of the comments I said earlier that is like he hasn't found his footing, and I do feel like that. Maybe he's got a case of imposter syndrome or something or another. It was like Madonna had to extend her 60 and Sweet tour in 2009 to just European stadiums, so she made the money back as fast. Exactly, because she knew the Europeans would come out and support. So if you need to make you a quick buck, yeah, go overseas. America is sort of like you be on pins and needles because a lot of Americans are fickle, but the Europeans, they definitely are a loyal bunch when it comes to supporting their faves. White folks are going to be investigative reporting when it comes to Timberlake. Harvey is already the sleuth on the case. Okay. So I need Harvey to get on it. You know what? Even though Harvey get on my nerves sometimes, I would not throw him out of bed. He's looking good lately. I'm openly admit, look, I ain't no shame in my game. Like I said, but what I saw in the 2009 tour was a better show as she looked better in her hair. Because she was like, I'm looking better because I'm going to make that money. And fuck Guy Ritchie. I said, people forget that breakup affected her body and she was scary. Oh, yeah, she was skinny. But I didn't think that's why. I thought it was probably because she was working out and she was performing too much. But there is a big difference between drag brunch and getting litty lit at night. But that's because, at drag brunch, all you be drinking is fucking mimosas and sangrias. Well, at least I do. Drag brunch, hence the word brunch. Madonna, don't realize that was her body reacting to the stress. But yeah, because when you stressed out and stuff, it's like, yeah, you start to lose weight a lot. At 40, your liver need to chill a bit. You're not in your 20s. Well, especially if you're not someone who drinks heavily. Like, I'm not a big extensive drinker. I was when I was younger, where I would just go and do like crazy binges of drinking and things of that nature. But then there was a period where I was like, I just don't particularly care to go out and drink as much. Yeah, some people act like 40 is old. They do. 40 isn't what it was in the 80s, where some people who were 45 look 70. Absolutely. So it's like these days, if you're in your 40s, they say 40 is the new 30. And I do agree with that, where it's like in regards of like how young you look and how you feel and that sort of thing. Yeah, the ailments and stuff is still there, where it's like you can't bounce back as fast in certain situations where you probably need a whole day to recover. But nevertheless, it's like Beyonce don't look like what a 40-year-old is supposed to look like. Pink don't look like what a 40-year-old is supposed to look like. I don't look like what a damn 40-year-old is supposed to look like. So it is what it is. As I said, daytime and orange juice and champagne. Okay. I mean, that's true too, because they be having that good brunch food. Watch Justin Campbell. He better not cancel his tour due to the scandal design as friends and family time. Oh, you trying to pull it like is he going to do a Hannaford? No, I don't think he's gonna do that. I think he's gonna finish out his contract. He'll probably make a little joke and address the elephant in the room, because I think they said his next show was in Chicago. So I totally see him talking about it. I don't think he's gonna run away from it, because then people will say that, oh, you canceled the show because you're a pussy. But he's not gonna do that. I feel like he's gonna finish out his obligations. He'll address it. He'll probably make a little joke about it, and the fans will eat it up, and then they'll get back to the music. I wanted Timberland locked danger from working with other acts due to blackout critical success, which Timberland never saw. Yeah, because Timberland wanted to work with Britney. Britney was like, no, but so she decided to work with his protege. But yeah, we haven't heard from Danger in a long time. And I liked when he worked with her. And I think he worked with other people. So just has come across as a Exactly. That's why I was like, one of the things I never particularly cared for him, because he did give me poser tease. It said, you and the majority of millennials are feeling this. Timberlake's appeal just to not carry over. Remember, he tried to do country that flop. Well, Chad, wait till we get into talk about J-Lo, talking about she about to do country. That's in the next story. It said Felix is Gen X. He was born in the late. He was born in late. Who? Justin Timberlake. Justin Timberlake was born, I believe, in 1980. I think it was 80 or 81. Let me look. How old is not Vin Diesel? It's probably because 43. Well, we did talk about that, but I was trying to look at 1981, January 31st, 1981. Oh yeah, we're about to get into that story. The Jennifer Hannaford going country, trying to follow in the footsteps of Beyonce. He said, "I'm 48." Oh yeah. Actually, the trailer didn't come out earlier. That was another thing I meant to mention when we were talking about the horror movie stuff, that I was going to talk about Smile too. That I posted the poster on my on my Facebook. I have not seen the teaser yet. I wanted to watch it. Lucas Gage is in it, who has started to grow on me. So I definitely want to check that out once the thing ends, unless they put out a full-fledged trailer. But I know they put out a teaser this morning. Okay, so now let's move on. Speaking of prison or jail, let's talk about Chrisean and that toothless ass girl of, her being the toothless chick, being sentenced to 30 days in jail and awaiting extradition to Oklahoma, where she has a warrant. Now, as you may recall, Rock, who most recently linked up with D Duchess and Famous twins for the track No Safety from the Pen. Oh, Jesus. No safety from the pen. They need to keep the pen from y'all, because if you call Chrisean a rapper, I don't know what child, she ain't no damn rapper. Her music is horrible. But anyway, let's just entertain the foolishness. So it says it was arrested after arriving to Blueface's hearing at a courthouse in the San Fernando Valley area earlier this month. At the time, TMZ said that 5 police officers were waiting for Rock's arrival at the courthouse, resulting in her swift arrest. Per initial reports, Rock was the subject of both a felony fugitive warrant as well as a separate assault with a deadly weapon charge. Now, talk about dumb. Because if you had a warrant out for your arrest, why the hell would you show up to the courthouse to support the baby daddy who don't even acknowledge your ass even exists? Like, make it make sense. So public records from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department available here show that Rock, real name Chrisean Malone, was sentenced to 30 days behind bars on June 14th. The original date of arrest, meanwhile, is listed as June 10th. The latest update to the records show that Rock is being held at a facility in Linwood, Oklahoma. Notably, it is still listed separately as the holding agency due to the aforementioned fugitive warrant. The Oklahoma Department of Corrections still lists Rock as a fugitive, with alleged offenses shown as including possession of a controlled dangerous substance in 2022. Now, this story does come from Complex, and they said they reached out to LA Sheriff Department reps for comment. The story is going to be updated. It said on Monday, the Shade Room ran a story citing someone of the department as having clarified that Rock will be extradited to Oklahoma, sorry, not California, to Oklahoma at the conclusion of her 30-day sentence in California. So she got to do her 30-day sentence in California, then be extradited to Oklahoma, where she has a situation going on over there, and probably going to have to do time there as well. Now, the sad part about all this is that Chrisean and Blueface are both in jail. Who's watching the kid? Because I know it ain't Chrisean ratchet ass family members, and I know it ain't Blueface no good ass mother, who clearly has an issue with Chrisean. So it's unfortunate that this is a situation. Like, I don't give a fuck about the Cabbage Patch, or I should say Garbage Pail Kid. Her ass need to be locked the fuck up. Blueface need to keep his little retarded, his ass in prison as well. I was like, that was the word. I was like, Blueface need to keep his ass in jail too. We don't care about them. The sad part about this whole situation is the fact that there's a kid affected by this whole situation. So it's the unfortunate situation that a baby has to suffer at the hands of having two dumb, no good ass parents. The card that this kid has been dealt, it's a sad one. What was his karma in his past life that he got them two for parents? That's what I want to know. So this is ongoing. I remember they said that this also had to do because of the whole James Rice Chanel situation when she put hands on him at Tamar Braxton's event. So, this was the arrest situation that went down, and now she's going to have to pay for whatever she did over in Oklahoma. So who knows? She did a month, 30 days in California for the whole James Rice Chanel situation. And now she's about to get what's coming to her when she gets transferred out to Oklahoma. So when that story festers, once she's released and she's transferred over there, we'll come revisit this and we'll talk about this story 30 days from now. So let me know what you guys think of this story down below. It's our friend of the show. Okay. Yes, honey. Our friend of the show. Anyway, okay. So now let's move on. Speaking of relationships and things, let's talk about Hannaford, who there's a story that came out about J-Lo and Ben Affleck. Now, apparently, there was a thing that happened over on Hulu, and they're breaking it on down, and they were talking about their demise of their relationship and the fact that Jennifer Lopez has a love addiction. First of all, I did not know, speaking of friend of the show, Felix, I had no idea that there was even going to be a whole expose behind J-Lo and Ben's marriage, until he went and messaged me yesterday. Was like, did you see this thing about Jennifer Lopez, whatever, on Hulu, whatever? I was like, no, I didn't know anything about it. I didn't even get around to watching it, so I'll probably watch it when I'm done with the show. But he was giving me like the lowdown of everything that they was talking about, how she has like this love addiction and how she can't go 5 minutes without a man. She talking about she's in love with love, but I've never seen nobody act like when people do that. That to me is like a sign of insecurity, that you don't know who you are outside of being in a relationship with a man. And when you have to define who you are by the company you keep, that's a problem. And to me, I don't even think that she got the help that she needed. I feel like all that was put into that This Is Me Now movie musical. She tried to give a whole bunch of pomps and circumstances, stunts and things, but I really don't feel like she learned her lesson. She tried to turn it into a both. Well, once I learned to love myself, then Ben came along and came into my life. And I'm like, really? Because the math ain't mathing. Because the math the math says in that situation that shortly after you split with A-Rod, you wound up back with Ben. And she has a habit of playing relationship hopscotch. Because when she was out of the relationship with Chris Judd, then she got in a relationship with Mark Anthony. So she don't let, in the words, what was it, sex rate, she don't let her coochie breathe. Like, you don't let your coochie breathe long enough to be, from jump from one man to another. And yes, there are stories that went out that Ben was the one that produced her, that pursued her. Especially when he was talking about, I guess getting nostalgic in his relationship with her in like an interview or something. I think that's where it all started. So, and that's why I feel like what they meant when they were talking about with Ben, that he was feeling like there was this big high that he was on or whatever, because maybe he was thinking about the good times, whatever period he was in his life or whatever. He probably was thinking about the good times when he was with J-Lo and reminiscing and thought about all that stuff, but forgot about the other part that he hates, which is the fame and the paparazzi and all the other stuff that comes with that. So it says, according to reports, Lopez's constant need for a partner has strained their marriage, with her history detailing that she has a pattern for falling fast and hard in all her relationships. You sure she's not a Pisces? Because Pisces do that more so than a Leo, I believe. So Jennifer shared a Father's Day post in honor of Ben Affleck. However, it didn't match the intensity of the one she wrote him the previous year. And also they said that, Ben was spending time, he spent Father's Day with Jennifer Garner. Now, the thing with Jennifer Garner is, Jen, I know you got history with Ben. I know y'all have 3 kids together. I know y'all were married for a long time. There's a lot that comes with that. However, girl, you got a man. I don't need you trying to play Captain Save-A-Hole for Ben. Ben need to work on his own stuff. Please do not sabotage your relationship with your current boo because Ben is going through some things with his current boo. Let them work that shit out. You can probably channel your inner white lady Eon Van Zandt if you want, but for the most part, let them people work their stuff out. You stand on the sidelines. You worry about them 3 kids, and you worry about your own stuff, but don't get caught up in that, because if it comes to a situation where y'all get caught up in a moment of bliss, like I'm thinking like one of them romance novels or them books, or whatever, well, not even romance novel, like one of them rom-coms that Jennifer Lopez loves doing. All of a sudden, y'all staring each other's eyes when y'all in the kitchen. I'm cutting carrots, and then he comes in there and he's dropping something off, and he's telling me about his woes with his ex, and all of a sudden he throws me up against the sink, and we just start fucking. We don't need that situation between y'all, and then you mess up your relationship. Let J-Lo, Jennifer, and Ben, Nefer, work they mess out. So it says, while speculations have risen about what could be causing the split of one of Hollywood's most talked about couples, TMZ's new documentary on Hulu called J-Lo and Ben Missed Warning Sign has shed light on another possible reason. According to sources, they interviewed Lopez is a love addict that needed to have a man in her life constantly. Well, hello, I've been saying this for years. Before y'all all of a sudden came to this revelation, I've been saying that Jennifer Lopez can't last 5 minutes without a man. I'm just so glad that my observations are always correct. Mostly correct. I won't toot my horn too hard. I'll say mostly. So it says, they believe the actress never took enough time alone between relationships. Without taking time to reflect, it was unlikely she ever figured out what went wrong in her past relationships, making it seemingly impossible for her next relationship to work and endure. Or instead of blaming it on people's zodiac damn signs, it's like, sis, at some point, you got to look at yourself. I mean, you can look at the person you're in a relationship with and realize their faults, but you also have to look at your own stuff and realize, okay, it takes 2 to tango, and it's not only going to be the man's fault. Like, what am I doing that's wrong that I keep repeating the same patterns over and over and over and over again in my relationships, why I can't keep a damn man? So, she had Ohani Noah, Chris Judd, Mark Anthony, A-Rod, and now Affleck. Like, she been through so many damn men, che. So in May, insiders suggested that the couple was headed toward divorce due to differing ideas on managing media attention in their relationship. A source told People magazine they have just very different approaches when it comes to media attention. Ben hates all attention and it makes him very uncomfortable. Jennifer has always had a different approach. She likes the attention she wants to be on her. She doesn't like regular smegular people looking at her. We all supposed to look away. But if it's paparazzi and things of that nature, or if it's camera people on the red carpet, she definitely wants the attention. Another source added to the speculation, claiming that Affleck has constantly struggled with the public aspects of Lopez's life, which inevitably caused tension in their relationship. The insider said about the duo, he is more introspective and private. She likes to open her heart to her fans and to the world. This makes them considerably different, and it has been difficult in the day-to-day relationship. They added by saying there's always been clashes in their lifestyles, how they handle issues, and their actions. Lopez has seemingly given up on saving her marriage to Affleck and is reportedly ready to move on. Now, a source recently alleged to the Daily Mail that the Atlas star is tired of trying to make things work with her husband and now sees that there is nothing more she can do to get their marriage back on track. The source said Jenny has had enough and she really tried, but she can do no more. It's not getting any better. They further claimed that Lopez decided to walk away from Affleck because he was constantly grumpy and negative. I mean, child, quiet as it's kept. We seen them pictures. Ben always looked like, you know, he had gas. That's what he always gave me when it comes to him and Benifer. To me, it's just like, to me, it just wasn't. Oh, there's actually a drag queen called Benifer. I was looking it up online. But anyway, yeah. Whenever I would look at him, Ben Affleck or whatever, he never seemed like he was happy. I feel like we've had this conversation so many times on this show where we've just talked about how like every time we look at Ben Affleck, he was never happy. I was just looking at her Instagram. She got a Delola drink, lime margarita. So anyway, let's continue the story. So it said there was no one to blame here. It was just not in the cards. It was very hard for two massive stars to keep a marriage going. One has to give in, and in this case, neither gave in. Well, that's also, I was going to say that maybe also what's at fault is that she married someone that has a similar sign to hers. Like you married somebody who's also a Leo. So I didn't see that working. But anyway. So, and yeah, they're both stubborn. They're both not going to be willing to compromise or whatever the case was. So it said amid the rumors that Lopez and Affleck ending their marriage, the 53-year-old woman took to Instagram to honor the Batman star on Father's Day. She said a black and white shot of him with the caption was, it's like an old shot of him when he was young and attractive, because now Chad looked tattered. She said, our hero, happy Father's Day. The actress also included a white heart emoji. Now, what I don't understand also is that why has she always put up Happy Father's Day stuff when she was with A-Rod and the 2 years that she was with Ben? But what is going on with her and Mark Anthony? Because she always seems to not have anything nice to say about her ex, Mark Anthony. Like, there's always seemed to be a little bit of vitriol between them two. And I told you, Mark Anthony out here living his best life with his new wife and his new baby, Marco. And he got 7 kids. So I don't necessarily know what the dynamic of his relationship with all of his children is. But to me, I guess it feels like that maybe he's not as active in the twins' life as he once was. So it said she also penned a long write-up at the time indicating they were still deeply involved romantically. Daddy appreciation post, Happy Father's Day, Papa. Lopez wrote back then, and Happy Father's Day to all the amazing papas out there. We love you and appreciate you more than you will ever know. And that was one that she wrote a while ago. So now they're saying that Jennifer Lopez and Ben's recent appearances show lack of intimacy. Now, in recent months, Lopez and Affleck have been spotted numerous times in public, sharing gestures that might hint all is well in their romance. Because whenever you would see them on red carpets, you would see them anywhere, they did seem like they were more affectionate than usual. They would lock eyes. She was always smiling. He was always in her face. There were all the other stuff. But I really think, because it's funny how we talk about the "This Is Me" rollout or whatever, I think people also forget the time when they were at the award show and they looked like they was knee deep in an argument and the camera caught it. Remember that? The camera caught them in knee deep in a situation, and then she noticed, and then she hit him on the leg or whatever, and then they kind of just straightened up. And this was, I believe, they had just come back from a commercial break. So clearly, and everybody was making jokes and saying like, well, I don't think, look, Ben don't want to be there. She done forced him, that she done dragged him to this award show. I think it was the Grammys, wasn't it? That she dragged him to the award show, and he ain't want to be there. So it also says, according to the Daily Mail, body language expert Judy James claimed that the duo's most recent appearances together have only thrown up a lack of kind of intimacy, passion, or loving signals that would reassure the fans. James also mentioned that the embattled couple no longer have the look of love in their eyes when they look at each other, but instead chose to share only frosty looks. And what I think they need to realize is the fact that when you get in a relationship, relationships take work. Yeah, everybody goes through the whole honeymoon phase and all that other stuff, but at the same time, like you got to realize that it takes more than just standing on red carpets and being cute or whatever in order to get people, you know, in order to keep that relationship spark alive. And to me, um, I don't know. I just feel like that J-Lo and Ben have it was cute or whatever, that passion and everything is always there in the beginning. That's the honeymoon phase. But then it's like you have to find a way to maintain that. And it's not always about how shit looks in the eyes of the people. And I feel like a lot of times in Jennifer Lopez, when it comes to her and her relationships, I feel like she's more concerned about how things look to other people than rather being in the relationship and enjoying the relationship and putting work into the relationship. It's not always about how things look and being glamorous and how things look in the eyes of the public and the cameras and stuff. Because if that was the case, then we wouldn't need to be here dissecting your entire situation. So it's unfortunate that this is what's happening or whatever, but girl, until you figure out how to start, you know, doing what needs to be done in regards to your relationships, you're going to continue to have these situations. Like, you really need to lay down on the couch and speak with a therapist and figure out why your relationships ain't working, especially since you in your mid-50s at this point. Like, you need to figure it out. And I'm not saying lay on a damn couch with Fat Joe like you did in that damn musical movie. You need to literally sit down with a licensed therapist and really figure out, what the fuck am I doing wrong as a person who can't seem to keep a man? What is my issue with why I can't last 5 minutes without being in a relationship? Maybe you're addicted to relationship. Maybe you're addicted to the pain of having your heart broken. Because remember, she did say that Ben was the first person that she ever loved that really broke her heart. And she went and took a risk and went back to that situation. Now you're getting your heart shattered again. So I know she ain't gonna never make this shit happen, because when it comes to this, third time is not a charm. And I do not believe that, look, I always said that people are exes for a reason. Like, once I'm done with you, that's it. I'm not trying to go back and revisit whatever. I don't care how good the damn sex was. I'm not revisiting what was, because I remember why we broke up the first time. But I say all this to say, let me know what you guys think about this story, because I know it was a lot to break down. And why you think Ms. La Lopez can't seem to keep a man? And does she have an addiction to being in a relationship? Is it a form of insecurity on her part, or whatever the case was? Did Ben Affleck pursue her and just only to like really shatter her heart like a masochist? Let me know in the comments down below. Felix says she has never spent even 6 months single in the past 25 years. Ain't that the damn truth? They say you need time between relationships to process and grow. Lopez has never been single one time. Ben did pursue her. Yeah, I'm saying he did at one point. He did pursue her. I remember that. Like I said, during her restaurant opening, he sent one of his guys to give her flowers while Jennifer was married to Judd. He definitely pursued her twice. And it's a one thing with Lopez, she can get these men. Got to give her credit. Okay. Well, she's not an ugly woman. When she wants something, she goes and gets it. I ain't gonna hate on her for being ambitious. She got with women. She got back with Ben 3 months after leaving A-Rod. She married Mark Anthony 4 months after her first breakup with Ben. So it's like Mark was the rebound almost. Just like maybe I don't want to say it, but maybe Jennifer Garner was the rebound for him getting with, after his breakup with J-Lo. He wanted someone that he considered was like a regular schmegular girl. And when you look at someone like Jennifer Garner doesn't give me like she'd be on the same playing field as a Jennifer Lopez. She's not all about the glitz and glamour. She'll get glamorous if she got to go on a red carpet to promote a movie or whatever project she's doing. She'll go in and do that. But for the most part, she's just a regular girl who's taking the kids to school, being a mom, and when it's time to act, I get up there and do the acting. Jennifer Lopez is like a full-on brand. She gets caught up in all the glitz and the glamour and doing the music and the movies, being J-Lo all day. Okay, what a mess. So this looks bad for a female. Well, I say it looks bad for anybody. But I mean, I don't want to be one of those people that we put so much on women that do that, because men, y'all be out here just as messy. But unfortunately, we live in a world where we tend to put more of the blame on the women than we do the men. And it said, but she's not thinking about her kids. They build relationships with the guy. And that was another thing too. We talked about that yesterday, I believe, which was like, that, and I've seen regular people that aren't J-Lo do this, where it's like y'all play relationship hopscotch when you have children or a child, and then the kid gets attached to the new boo and possibly the new boo's kid, if the new boo has children. It's like you get attached to them because you're all around the same age, have a lot in common, y'all go out and play, y'all hang out, y'all go to movies, you do all these things, and then the relationship don't work out with mommy and new daddy anymore, and then they got to break up, and now it's like your child is heartbroken. So it's like, yeah, when you get in these relationships, it's not even about you. I could understand if it was just her and she was running around 55 with no children, but when you got kids involved, you really have to put those kids first. So Elizabeth Taylor does not count. Who said it looks so gross to bring these men in and out of children's life. It's so unstable overall, not safe for children. I'm saying, I was telling Chris I wouldn't be surprised if her kid, and yeah, we don't want to put that on her, but I was like, look, especially that Emmy. Like Emmy, I see Emmy with their mother a lot. I don't really see Max out and about. The only time I saw Max out was when they went to Samuel's graduation. Rarely he's out and about. But Emmy, you always see them with J-Lo whenever they're out and about. So clearly they love their mama. But anyway, let's go through the rest of these comments. It said grumpy and negative with half-finished Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, that's another thing too. I'm like, I have never seen somebody who drinks so much goddamn Dunkin' Donuts coffee. That's probably why he's so damn cranky. Because there ain't no real coffee beans that they make it with that coffee. Look, don't judge me, but I have an addiction to Starbucks. So I'll drink that. Or a lot of times I'll end up going to the deli around my way and I'll have them just make me an iced coffee, just black, nothing in it, no milk, no sugar, and I'll just drink that. Like I like a nice iced coffee in the morning. It's like it costs $2, way cheaper than spending money in Starbucks and spending money like because if I get any kind of coffee, I love a macchiato. So and I would get them from Dunkin' Donuts a lot. The macchiatos from Dunkin' Donuts, I will say, is lit. But yeah, that whatever that shit is that Ben be drinking, that look like that he got the bubble guts afterwards. That's what that gets me. Because the effects of our behavior will come through. Exactly. And that's what people don't realize is like the things you do trickle down and affect the kid. Oh, let me show y'all that shit. Because I was on her page and they were showing her new Dalola with the drink. You see it. Mm-hmm. Look at her selling that lime green margarita. Or it says a light margarita. I mean, if she was known to drink, then I'd be here for it. But for the most part, girl, that's another thing too. I just do not understand why you out here selling alcohol and knowing full on well you're not a drinker. Number one, because you openly admitted that you're not a drinker, and number two, you are married to someone who is a known alcoholic. It said, "What is it with her and Mark Anthony?" I don't know. He must have did something to piss her off. Well, look, Mark is a Virgo, so we Virgos, our mouths is lethal, and we ain't gonna put up with no bullshit. So that's probably what it was. I don't think she could take him. And when we done with your ass, we act like you're not even in the room. So that's probably what it is too. She craves attention. And Virgos is somebody who don't like we don't always want you on us. So she probably needs validation 24/7. And Mark is like, what the fuck did I get myself into? And so they said in the show that her doing the alcohol was really insensitive. That was another thing too. It said when Lopez was on Wendy Williams, her mother was in the audience. Lupe is every damn where. That's another thing too. I'm like, damn, Lupe, you don't. I mean, I know she don't work, but I'm like, damn, why you always in the? She be in the audience of The View. She was always in the audience of Wendy Williams. Lupe was always somewhere whenever her daughter was making an appearance somewhere. Because Lupe at one point wanted to be where Jennifer Lopez is, and didn't pursue it and all this stuff. And I remember when Jennifer Lopez actually wanted to go pursue a career in dance and performing and all this stuff, her mother was against it. And I remember she said that they butted heads at one point because she wanted, I think, J-Lo to be get into being a lawyer or something or another. She wanted to get like one of, typical parent. One is like, you tell them you want to get in the arts. Now you need to go get a job and work for 30 years so you get a pension and all. So I'm like, I don't give a fuck. So you want me to be in a job for 30 years to be unhappy just so that way I have a parachute to fall on where I can retire and just have money. But I done wasted all my good years. That's why I had to listen to people and I just do what I do now, which is I'm giving y'all this show. I do my stuff where I work in entertainment spaces because that's always, there's never any guarantees when it comes working in that world. But that was my passion. And sometimes you can't go and just do the safe thing. You got to follow your passion because I don't want to be like a lot of these people out here where it's just like, so what exactly was the job you wanted to do when you were growing up? And a lot of people say, oh, I wanted to be this, but life happened and I ended up doing this. Like, I don't want that to be my legacy. So I hope our kids don't turn it. I hope they don't either. To me, it seems from what I've seen when we see them, they seem like polite kids. Maybe because the nannies raised them instead of her. I think that's her real addiction, the honeymoon. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, people don't realize that spark is everything during the honeymoon phase. The honeymoon phase is only work for like 3 months. And after that, it's like, okay, now you got to put in the work. Now you start to see people for who they truly are. They don't put the damn toilet seat down when they finish peeing. You got pee stains on the toilet seat. You leave clothes every damn where. You got skid marks in your damn drawers. You didn't fill up the tank to the car with the gas. You made a mess in the kitchen, and now I gotta come in there and clean it behind you because you ain't clean shit properly. So that's why I'm like, yeah, you start to see people's habits. And that's when I feel like people really start to let their hair down. So it's like, in them tough times when you realize that you have to make the relationship work. That she is mid-50s, nobody's trying to figure her out. She could move like Madonna or even Mariah, who does not know her still. Just work and raise your kids. Okay. And if like a man comes in your direction, then entertain it. Like, I feel like at this point, maybe what J-Lo does need, she needs somebody like a Casper Smart age. Like, she needs a young man. I don't feel like somebody in their 50s, whatever the case is really going to do it for her. Like, I feel like someone in her 50s where she's very youthful and mind, body, and spirit, she needs a boy toy similar to like Madonna and Cher and all those. Like, those are the ones that keep you running around that damn house and blowing your back out. That's what you need. You don't need nothing serious. But I guess it's because she loves love. She has been in a serious relationship. So no need for pension. Just invest in the market. Heck, an ETF will have matured more for enough by the time you retire. And that's another thing too. Like, investing in the stock market. My father told me that because a lot of people don't know about investing in stuff in the stock market. My father invests in the stock market. He told me he had stock in Citibank when their stock plummeted heavily. He put money up in there when it was next to nothing. And he was telling me that he would invest because he used to watch like a lot of those stock market shows and stuff that would come on what was it? Damn, I forgot the name of it, like the real popular one with the white man with the receding hairline. It was called Money Something. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I was like, yeah. He would really watch a lot of those investment shows, and I was like, I never really thought about investing because you can't just leave your money sitting in the bank and thinking it's going to collect because it's not. You have to invest in other things, but you have to have the money to burn or to risk in order to invest it. So that's my next thing is that just picking his brain and figuring out, excuse me, how to invest my coins hardest. It could have been something with Wall Street Week, or that might be the name of it. I was trying to think of if I knew, not Billions. Yeah, but there was a couple of shows and stuff. I can't remember the name of it. It might have been like I think it was like, what was it? I think it was Money Monster, one of those type of shows. Might have been one of those. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Okay, so let's oh, is it NVDA? You are welcome. I've been telling these YouTube streets about. What do you think I know about NVIDIA? What is it called? Video? It said CrowdStrike and Zscaler. Stick there and just chill. Maybe I need to write that down. But anyway, but yes, thank you for the advice and things. All right, so let's move on to our next Hennifer topic. And it's about, like, in a way, how she could revive her music career. Because, when her relationship failing, so is her music career. So with J-Lo's ninth album, This Is Me Now, flopping harder than you could say Bormani and Dopamine, a industry vet feels he has the perfect idea to get the entertainer's music career back on track. Now, John Peters, who produced Jen's 1995 film Money Train, has a plan of action for the triple threat star to rake in dollars after she blew through millions on her wedding and $60 million house. Not only that, but the This Is Me movie musical, she spent 20 million of her own damn money. So she's probably, that's probably a reason why they're probably trying to sell that mansion too. I didn't even think about that she put up so much money for that. And I don't think that they actually put up the full $60 million. I mean, you'd be a fool to do that. Pay it in installments. But anyway, so it says, and then it said, and it details it all in TMZ's new Hulu doc. JLo and Ben missed warning signs. Now, John reveals he's spoken to JLo's manager, Benny Medina, advising him she needs to take the Bay route, namely become a bona fide country star. Now, John thinks Jen could easily pivot into the country music scene, getting assistance from the likes of Shania Twain and other legends in the game, whom he thinks would welcome JLo with open arms. Ditto for the Grand Ole Opry, according to him. John believes in this so much, he said he's willing to open up his wallet and fund the move himself. So this is all in the whole JLo and Ben missing warning signs, which is on Hulu. Now, I know this sounds crazy. But however, Jennifer Lopez, and I didn't know this until I did the research. Now, Jennifer has actually dabbled in country music long before Beyonce. So now, while we over here sitting there talking about how she be copying and trying to be J-Lo, trying to be Beyonce so bad, she actually copped and did a country song back in 2014. So she stuck her toe in the genre by appearing on the Jennifer Nettles song My House, and has a duet with a black country singer by the name of Jimmy Allen on his third album, Tulip Drive. Now, the song is actually called On My Way. So this is not the first time Hennifer has dabbled in country music. Now, when I looked at it in the beginning, I was like, say what now? Like, are y'all serious? Like, y'all really think that this is a space she needs to jump into? Now, here's the thing. If Jennifer Lopez was to take a Shania Twain approach and kind of go real country pop with it, and not Beyonce, where Beyonce got a little too, she went a little, well, it works for Beyonce what she was doing with the country music and experimenting in a lot of the different genres. If she gives us like a straightforward, fun country pop record, I could see that working. However, I don't know. I just feel like Hennifer, I just want her to stick to the rivers and the lakes that she's used to. She keeps trying to do this mid-tempo R&B stuff, and it's like, girl, that ain't your judge. Stop trying to make fetch happen in that department. Stick to the Jenny from the Block type songs where you sampling old R&B hip hop. Well, no, she did that with This Is Me Now. That's why it flopped. So if you give us bops like Jenny from the Block or whatever, then yeah, that's cute or whatever. But you also need to give us the Latin stuff, the the dance music, like where's this version, where's 2024 is waiting for tonight, I guess what I'm trying to say. Where's the next on the floor? Like, we need stuff like that. I need you to get back in the studio and start working with the next generation of dance artists. Maybe she needs to get with, Tove Lo worked with SG Lewis. Maybe she needs to get with him and start working with some of these, dance artists over this, because dance music is really starting to make this resurgence again. I guess because of the pandemic and everything. Now it's like everybody jumping on the dance music bandwagon. Even though there's been people in this space that have been doing it for a while, like Charlie XCX was doing it for a while. or since the beginning of their career, where they were experimenting and doing little crazy hyper pop stuff, but now they found a way to make it more of a mainstream sound. And then Toblo has always been doing dance music and stuff, but I feel like Jennifer Lopez needs to go back to that. I don't necessarily know about the country, but I feel like, where they were saying like, okay, if she jumped into the whole, if she took more of a Shania Twain approach, then maybe it'll work. Like, we have those big, extravagant country pop type songs, and she could probably make it work. I mean, like I said, she's dabbled in the country music space. But the question remains, would she get the same treatment being a Puerto Rican, singer jumping into country as Beyonce did as a Black woman jumping into a genre that was founded by Black people? Let's be clear. However, it is not a genre dominated by Black people. We know there are Black artists that play in the country music space, but it's not the genre that we dominate. It has been taken over and hijacked by the white folks. That's sort of a genre that they pretty much copulated. Black people, we focus more on other things, on other genres. But I'm curious to hear from you guys. What do you think of this story? Do you think that you could definitely hear Jennifer jumping into the country music space? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so oh yeah, I remember Money Train. It said, "Love your lives. I work from home and I need a break. And yes, I am messy." Well, child, I'm glad to give you this break. It said, "Everyone is a little mess. Keeps well, yeah, keeps things entertaining. Shit, I'm messy too." Money Train, Wesley and Woody. That movie was a '90s classic. Yes, it was. I liked it. I remember I think was Jennifer Lopez tried to say that Wesley Snipes tried to pursue her and said so true. I've never heard any of the songs either, but like I said, I did the research because I was like, let me look up and see. Actually what I was looking for was I was looking for when I was writing the article, whatever. I was looking for a photo of Jennifer Lopez because I remember she had did the Met Gala or something or another, or it was I think it was the Met Gala, and she had like a cowboy hat or something on. I remember that photo, and so I was like looking for that to use as like the heading photo, and then it just so I put Jennifer Lopez country, and then all of a sudden it came up this stuff about her doing a duet with these two artists that were country artists, and I'm sitting there like, I didn't know this, so I did the research and I read further into it, and I was like, oh, let me add that to give context to the story. So it says Shania can sing. That is a difference. Shania does not dance. She can do a 1-2 step. Shania is a voice, and that's another thing too. You can't bring them melodramatics to. I mean, you can if you're performing because there's a lot of drama and dramatics that goes with singing those country music songs. But you can't be up in there doing you can't be up in there doing the cumbia and all that type of choreography. It's the same thing like when she didn't remember the tribute to Motown that everybody dragged her for. You can't be up in there you can't do a Latin break, music dance break in the middle of the Motown tribute. They didn't do that back in the day. So what the hell does that have to do with anything? So I totally get, she'll try to add that stuff up in there. And it's like, sis, that has nothing to do with country. Like, if you're going to do country the right way. And so, yes, she is. She's in her own realm of existence. It said nobody wants to accept that Lopez is a jack of all trades and a master of none. It's something I've said over the years. She is everywhere and nowhere, and it has been like this her entire career. This to me, this is me. The first album was not very successful either. I don't think that's a good question. Was it? Damn, do I need to Google Schmoogle? Was This Is Me commercially successful? Because we will sit and we will do some research on here. Not This Is Me the great. I guess I gotta be specific. I put This Is Me, meaning they thought it was the Greatest Showman thing, which I heard some tea about that movie, and Hugh Jackman was laying alone and spreading it wide with a couple of people on that behind the scene. But I'm gonna say that tea for a whole other day. It said The album went on to achieve and this is according to Wikipedia. It says the album went on to achieve commercial success, reaching number 2 in the United States, where it has sold 2.6 million copies. Commercially, the album was a success, debuting at number 6 on the U.S. Billboard 200, selling 314,132 copies within its first full week of release. So it said it was successful, but then again, the rest of the thing says it seems she was right, as the album was not as successful as her past projects. This Is Me Now debuted at they talking about This Is Me Now. They said, well, yeah. So This Is Me Then actually wasn't, well, that was the reason why I guess she decided to do a sequel, because This Is Me Then actually did do well. So she thought, oh, let's replicate that success and create a sequel. I'm like, sis, that worked back then, because that album came out when did that album come out? A while ago, like in the 2000s. So that's probably why I was successful. But I'm like, times have changed since then. The music landscape has changed. He said she would be laughed hard. Well, yeah, albums like What's Your Pleasure from Jessie Ware, Dula Peeps, Future Nostalgia, and Kylie's Disco were the albums that helped me get through quarantine. Exactly. So it seems like now a lot of people are jumping into that. Another thing also, I feel like maybe if they keep saying Shania Twain, but can you imagine, like, look, Kylie Minogue tried to go country. I don't think that did really well for her. I mean, some of the songs did work. I like the whole idea of her channeling her inner Dolly Parton or whatever. But I will say that Golden is not my favorite album from her. So I don't know. She is, because, she's from Texas. So that works for her. Jennifer Lopez from the Bronx. Nobody's going to buy her doing country. They're gonna see they're gonna see right through the bullshit. No one's gonna do the homework like I did, where I was like, oh, she's dabbled in country music before. If she did a country album, they'll be trying to say, oh, she's trying to copy off Beyonce, which she has been accused of in the past, where the diva fans on stage, the way she would do her hair in certain situations, certain costumes and outfits that she would wear, they felt like Jennifer Lopez was copying off of of Beyonce in a lot of ways. She has been accused of that. So if she was to jump on this bandwagon, everyone, oh, she trying to be Beyonce now. Look at her trying to copy. And it's like, you wouldn't believe Jennifer Lopez pulling off country, because it's like, girl, you know damn well you ain't listening to no fucking country in your house when you was in the Bronx. I don't know many people from the Bronx that was actually listening to country. Not if you from Castle Hill. So nobody's gonna buy it. What you selling? Anyway, so it says, although I prefer the 2003 version, this new one is C. It said Beyonce speaks. Yeah, she does. That's why she don't talk much, because she know y'all be making fun of her voice and how she talk. And if she started as a country artist, no one would think twice. Plus, Bay is from Houston. So was Megan Thee Stallion, which is our next topic. It said, how is somebody from the Bronx who cannot sing and is known for her vocal capabilities going to go country? Exactly. K Michelle went country, but look, K Michelle can sing, and K Michelle is someone who has been very passionate about her love for country and wanting to do country music. Even though there was a lot of obstacles they were trying to put in her way. And so it said, oh my God, just remember Lopez yeah, exactly. That was an epic fail. Shania Twain at Motown would have made sense, because she is country. Well, no, not well. First of all, people wanted black artists to be doing the Motown tribute at the Grammys. Why do you have Jennifer Lopez of all people? Y'all could have had plenty of black singers get up there and sing a lot of those songs from back in the day, from Diana Ross and the Supremes on down. Did they? And so it was like, man, I feel like a henny. And so Selena could have gone country, hell for not so. Well, yeah, well, Selena, because she's from Texas too. So, Corpus Christi. So it would have been more believable if she decided to transition from Tejano music to country music, because she's from Texas, and it would be more believable because of the upbringing. But when you from the Bronx trying to go country, nobody's gonna buy into that unless you're someone who's always been like, I'm a huge fan of country music, and you list down like your favorite country artists, and not just bringing up the hits. You got to bring up the deep cuts for me to even believe that that's what you into. It probably was, because I remember hearing a couple of songs on the album. I'm like, girl, are you serious? So anyway, okay, so now let's move on. And speaking of artists whose careers on the rise, while J-Lo's is going down into the tubes or the toilet, let's talk about Tinashe. So after starting her career on RCA Records, Tinashe has gone the independent route for her first couple of releases. It's working out pretty well too. Her latest single, Nasty, is a TikTok favorite and one of the biggest hits of her career. Tinashe's RCA years were filled with conflict, so she doesn't seem to mind rubbing her success in their faces a little bit. The two-on singer who left the record label in 2019 after years of conflict was recently stopped by a reporter who asked her about RCA as her latest single has become her first Billboard charting solo hit. The singer is independent, but she has a publishing deal with Nice Life Recording Company, founded by songwriter Ricky Reed, who co-wrote and produced Nasty. So I do have a clip of her being stopped by someone who asked her because of the success. And the funny thing is, I didn't even know this song was out for a while, but I happened to come across her performing that on one of the talk. I think it was Jimmy Kimmel. I think she was on, and she definitely ate with that performance. And then before that, I had saw the music video, and I was watching. I'm like, you better work with that choreography. And I remember there was people Lindsay Aguilera, who was a friend to the show and has been on the show. I did Drinks and Dragons and stuff with her. We're trying to say, we're trying to be very dismissive of Tinashe, like she was just, not giving what needs to be given. And I always said, like, if you work hard enough, if you really about that life and your career and stuff and you're independent, don't sit and worry about um just worry about just keep pushing and getting that work out there, and eventually that hit will finally come in your direction. So let's hear what Miss Tinashe had to say, and then we'll come back.
Do you feel like RCA, kind of dropped the ball like when you on their label because they couldn't do it? You did it by yourself.
We didn't need them. All you need is like hard work, good fans, talent. Like I know they're gagging.
What's next? A new music, a tour?
New music, remixes, full album. BB Angel's coming soon, so check out the full project.
Okay, and you said a tour?
Yeah, definitely in the fall.
All right, thank you, Tinashe.
Bye, guys.
Okay, so one of the things I will say that I like about Tinashe is that she definitely gives me like new school Janet Jackson. When you listen to Nasty, I do kind of get like the whole Janet Jackson vibe, especially like with the choreography, taking like something that feels old school, but also bring a little futurism to it. So that's what I've always liked about a lot of her songs. And I've always been someone who has followed Tinashe's career since, RCA did what they did. And look, let's be clear. The one thing that has always irritated me about RCA is how they don't fully support a lot of their talent. Y'all sign these people to these deals, and then y'all don't really go out there and promote them. Now it says that while RCA currently works with female pop and R&B singers like Grammy winner Victoria Monet, sidebar, that new song with Victoria Monet, that new video that she was doing, especially when she was giving like the hand voguing moves and all this stuff, Sean Bankhead choreographed that video, and it was directed by Dave Meyers. Bitch, that thing gave me my life. It's funny how, and we talking about Dave Meyers. Dave Meyers directed Jennifer Lopez's movie musical, which looked a mess with all that green screen. It didn't look like it was, the shots and everything was rendered well. But that Victoria Monet video was everything. So I got to give her props on that. Yeah, let's also not forget that Bormani is on RCA too. Let's have a moment of silence for Dopamine. Okay, that moment's up. So now it says that who's seen a lengthy album rollout over the course of 5 years. Tinashe's been public about her disappointment with her former label. Tinashe's first independent album was 2019 Songs for You, and the singer told Billboard that year there was definitely ups and downs with RCA, one being the aftermath of her 2014 debut album, Aquarius. Saying my second album process just wasn't as seamless as the first. I first announced it in 2015, right off the back of Aquarius. For whatever business reasons, it didn't come out of the next 3 years, she told the publication. With that process of delaying the album, I felt really deflated as a creative. I was frustrated and helpless. I was over it and felt jaded. In my head, I had the idea of what I wanted the album to be. What I wanted the album would be. That don't make sense. But anyway, so it says, I felt like this would be a great opportunity to do this on my own. I just needed to free myself from everything. I felt like my career was coasting. I'm able to play shows, make money, and I can keep putting out music, but I didn't feel all the way right. And so I can agree with that. It's like, you know what? It's not going to be easy as an artist to put out music, especially because, when you're part of the labels or whatever, yeah, they do all the work. Yeah, they're going to put up a budget and help you like promote, do whatever the case is. They could also shelve you just for whatever reason. And then you're sitting up there in limbo. You're creatively, stuck. You can't really go out and do the things you want to do. And that's the whole situation, that you just don't want to be in that position. So it's like, Tinashe's like, you know what? I have so many ideas. There's things I want to do. There's people I could work with. Yeah, the crazy part of it is you got to shell out your own money and do everything. Hire the dancers, get the costumes, put in, everything is coming out of your pocket. But the investment in yourself and the reward down the road is, in my opinion, more worth it than, having to be at the mercy of a label where they fucking up your bag, which is what I feel like Normani is experiencing right now. So I feel like Normani says you need to follow in the same footsteps as Tinashe and do things on your own. I feel like after this record, if they drop you, sis, sign you a distribution deal or a publishing deal where you can, work on your own stuff. You get the money coming from the publishing of your songs. And then, you go and you start doing you start doing events. You start doing festivals. You start doing small spaces, clubs, whatever the case is, to get your music out there. So I love the fact that, Tinashe, after 10 years, she stuck it out. She believed in herself as an artist and as a brand, and it's finally taken off. Now, hopefully we can keep this thing going, because she never had like this copacetic career. It's always kind of had these peaks and valleys and things. So, like I said, I like the song. I like the video. She definitely put it down up in there, and I'm definitely looking forward to what else she's planning on bringing in regards to the music. So I'm definitely curious to hear what some of y'all have to say about this topic. So let me know what you have to say in the comments down below. Okay, so we have regional Mexican music is a form of country music that Selena sort of incorporated into her music. Because I love how the industry is now embracing pop artists who are over the age of 30. Justice for It's funny how, we was talking about that. You bringing up Rina Sawayama. Robert brought up Rina's the drama that's going on with her and that label that she's on, because she's on the same label. I think she and Charlie are on the same label, right? And there's a lot of sabotage apparently going on, and misogyny that's going on with Charlie's fiance and Rina. So I do feel like we should embrace artists who are over the age of 30. I even think if somebody wants to come out, look, I feel like there should be no age limit, no boundaries when it comes to music. If you're someone out there who decided at 50 years old or at 47 or 45 that is like, you know what, I finally have the time, wherewithal, creativity, space, whatever, to release my debut single, my new album, whatever the case is. If you want to do that, we have the space, we have the avenue to do that. The whole TikTok algorithm thing is limitless. Like, look, the new generation of kids just started discovering Kylie Minogue when she put out Padam Padam. They didn't give a fuck about her age. They just liked the song. And the song went viral. And they could incorporate a little dance around it. There was a whole phenomenon. And it's because they released a record out there. People resonated with it. The radio and all of them wasn't ready because they want to sit and gatekeep. And that has been the overall problem that I've had with the music business for a long time, is the fact that y'all sat up here trying to gatekeep people on who y'all want to let through the door, who y'all wanted to hold at the door, and not have them have the success. And my thing is, a bop is a bop. I don't care who the hell it comes from. I don't care if an 80-year-old came out tomorrow in a damn coochie cutters and a tank top with their titties down to their knees and wanted to put out a bop that will have me twerking. If the shit is good, I'm gonna listen to it. I'm being melodramatic with the 80-year-old and the crop stuff, but nevertheless, y'all get what I mean. And it said to the industry, the younger you are, the better. Marketability to Gen Z and soon Gen Alpha is important. Chapel Roan is closer to 30 than 20. Yeah, they are. And that's why I was saying, like, at this point, this is why I said, like, we as the people are changing the game in regards to the music. We're the ones who hold the keys now. It's not even the labels. The labels are still trying to hold on to that old guard. It's not working. That's why I love the fact that we're embracing people who are older, because in my opinion, can't no 20-year-old tell me about life. Can't no 20-year-old or 18-year-old tell me about relationships and sex and things of that nature. Now, someone in their 30s and 40s can, because they've lived a little. And I feel like that we need to invite more artists who have had lived in experiences to be able to tell their stories how they tell them instead of being ageist. So that's what irritates me about a lot of these gatekeepers. But I do agree that, yeah, it's better to market someone when they're young. It's also a good way for the labels to take advantage of artists when, you know, when they're younger, because they don't know no better. They're so eager to get their foot through the door. And that's how they get taken advantage of. When you're older, you're not stupid. So, Fleetwood's Rumors is still trying. Last time I checked, the album was 38. And that's what I said. It's like iconic albums and stuff. People still live for those. And look, back in the day, in like the 80s and 70s and stuff, there were people whose careers, like I believe David Bowie and like Blondie, a lot of them, their careers didn't start hitting until they were in their 30s. So this whole notion that the industry is all youth oriented, it's just, I feel like it's just a thing that has just been going on for a couple of years, but it's some bullshit, because it's not. I just feel like they started focusing too much on that. But back in the day, before I was born, when Bowie and all them came out, I remember hearing stories that their careers didn't hit it out the park until they were like in their 30s. It's like, when was this? 1974, an album that is about 50 years old, still relevant and present. Absolutely, because people want substance with their music. So there's a lot that goes with that. Now, speaking of substance in music, which you're not going to find on this new Katy Perry single, let's talk about her. So yesterday, we talked a little bit about Katy Perry, and she dropped her new single, which we did analyze and scrutinize at the end of the show. And, from what some people were saying, that she was giving Lady Gaga and the whole look or whatever. Some people say she was like a minotaur. I said she was giving Arca vibes. Like, Arca pretty much has kind of embodied this whole look or whatever. She does look good here. I will give her that. I don't know if it's Photoshop or Ozempic, but Miss Mama's does look good, especially after having a baby. Is she still with Orlando Bloom? But anyway, so I mean, that's neither here nor there, I guess. But so what had happened was, now after we done left the show, there was some tea that came out regarding the song and who it might be produced by. Now, the word on the curve is that the song might be produced by Dr. Luke. Now, in case y'all don't know who that is, he's not an actual board-certified physician. He's a producer that goes by the name Dr. Luke. Now, why that name may sound familiar is because apparently he SA'd Kesha. And that's been the thing that's been going on for a long time. So Robert did send me this thing earlier, and they said that the new song, what's it called again? Woman's World, which I made a little joke and said she remaking Cher's song from Living Proof. So it said the song is cut from Ava Max's second album sessions before she finalized what became Diamonds and Dance Floors. Additional production added by Dr. Luke after, with Katy changing some lyrics. Now, the song was originally produced by Circuit, because you know that Ava Max works with Circuit on a lot of her stuff. He has had a hand in a lot of her big hits. I actually think they dated at one point too. But from what I'm hearing on her third album that she's working on, Circuit is no longer part of it, which I think is a big mistake, because that recent single she dropped a couple of months ago was a chop. So she definitely needs to bring Circuit back or work with some better producers. Why do I keep trying to recommend S.G. Lewis to everybody? Nelly Furtado worked with him, Tove Lo worked with him, Ava, you better give these good producers a call, and don't fuck with Dr. Luke. So I guess what it was that the song got around, Katy Perry heard it, she wanted to rework it, and she brought in Dr. Luke, which people are saying is a bit problematic and may sabotage her career comeback because she's working with an alleged rapist. So it says that it was written by Katy Perry, Madison Love, Circuit, and Amanda Ava Kochi, who goes by Ava Max, and produced by Circuit and Dr. Luke. So I believe that what it is that it was originally produced by Circuit because it's a Katy Perry song now, because this is what happens in the business, is that songs originally would start with people, they end up on the cutting room floor if they don't work with it, and then it ends up being rotated to other people. Other artists pick it up, will take the song under their wing, see if they can work on it, and then it becomes their song. And you'll get the writing credits and all that other stuff, but generally it becomes your song. So another person went and wrote, they said, you were the one to spread around that the song was an Ava Max reject, so I figured you probably knew for sure what this song sounded like. And I heard a little bit of the song. I heard a teaser. I didn't think it was that good. I just thought, like, girl, this is what you're giving. Like, to me, the biggest shock for me was when Omar Apollo released his song, and it was an electropop song. I wasn't expecting that for him. Like I said, I was expecting T from like a vibe of like him giving me Frank Ocean teas or whatever the case was with his music, like very folk hip hop vibes or whatever the case was. But then he went full on like electropop. I'm like, wait, where did this side of Omar come from? Now that was the 180 that I wasn't expecting, or 360. Which one is it? So, but then I'm hearing this, so I'm like, girl, I know this is not your comeback. When I heard the snippet, it sounded robotic. It sounded soulless. It sounded like, girl, you need to go back to the cutting room floor and cut a new version of this song, because it's going to give me like Yes and. When we heard Yes and, it was like, Ariana, I know this is not your first single. This is such a basic ass dance track. We was expecting more from you. Same thing with Katy. Like, you have a lot riding on this, and I get it that the reason why she would probably be working with a Dr. Luke, because who is she without him? She tried working with other producers. When she did Witness, y'all didn't care. Nobody bought the album. She's been flopping for a while, which is why she had to retreat to Vegas and do the residency for all them years, and making $25 million a season on American Idol. So now here she is with this, and then of course Kesha heard about it and responded with the following: LOL. So that was her response. So yeah, Kesha's out here and said that was like, damn girl, you damn near laughable. This is kind of pathetic on your part. And I do feel like, me as a person looking at someone's career, this is not the smart move for you to work with Dr. Luke. I know there's some people who don't have a choice because they're under contract, like a Kim Petras. Because Kim Petras, Dr. Luke been working on a lot of her stuff. She's under contract because she's on his label. So what can she do? When a lot of times y'all sign these shitty ass contracts, sometimes these are the hands that y'all are dealt. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Is it a problem? Like, is it how do I phrase this? Is it sort of like an Achilles heel for y'all, that if you're an artist that you like works with someone who has a nasty reputation of, the accusations that he's been accused of? Dr. Luke has been accused of SA. He's been in and out of courts with Kesha over the years. So the fact that he's still out here producing tracks and stuff, I know it rubs people the wrong way. But I'm curious to hear, like, what do you guys think of this story? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so we have comments. He said Kylie Minogue did not hit her stride in the United States until the early 2000s. Yeah, and that was like when she did Fever. I mean, she had the one hit with Locomotion, but then, yeah, like when she got in her 30s, when it was like when Fever came out. Oh, you saying bad in a good way, baddie. I said she looked good. The damn titties there coming out the bottom of her top. And then say, yeah, she's still with Orlando Bloom and Miranda Kerr's ex. and say, Kamora Hall voice. We were all rooting for her. But like I said, this may hurt her though, with her doing that. Oh, yeah, Tyra did do that, but then probably Kamora did. Did she do that too? And so when my mother yells at me like this, it's because she loves me. Learn something from this. Okay. And so I just saw a post from Extra TV that. Wait, what? They said I just saw a post from Extra TV that Justin told an officer this arrest will ruin his. Well, sir, you shouldn't have been out here doing what you was doing. So he literally thought that acting like a kid was going to get him out of this situation. So I don't give a fuck if it's going to ruin your tour. First of all, nobody told your dumb ass to get behind the wheel. See, this is why I be saying about these white people. Y'all be running around here thinking that y'all just exempt from shit going on in the world. You do the crime, you do the time. You get behind the wheel when you're going to put yourself and the lives of others in danger. You can't be surprised that this is what's going to happen. You tell me it's going to ruin your tour. Well, we'll see if it does. Because like I said, this story is going to be coming out and it's going to be ongoing for the next couple of days. So we'll see what happens in regards to this. But it's like, yeah, you should have been more careful and smart in regards to the situation. You're a grown-ass man. You're a man in your 40s. There's no excuse. Even if it was in your 20s, it's no excuse. But we've all done dumb things. Like I told y'all when I went to Queens Pride, I was fucked up, but my dumb ass didn't get no car and start driving. I was on public transportation. And I get in an Uber if I ever get white girl wasted like he did and Noah Schnapp did on the Saturday. So if y'all gonna be out here drinking and acting a fool, you got to think why. You have to think logically in that way. Meaning, I know you can't think logically when you're drunk because it really, lowers your inhibitions. Nobody really thinks straight when they're drinking. But you should have planned accordingly. You should have had something set up that should you go out, if you're going out, because I'm sure you didn't just spontaneously pop up somewhere in Sag Harbor. This was a plan for you to go out and party and get drunk. You should have been more careful in a way where it's like, I'm going to set up a situation where I'm going to go, if I'm going to go out and drink, I'm going to have people or someone come pick me up and drop me off wherever I'm staying. It's a Doja Cat and Ethel Kane are under the same contract, but I didn't like how Kim and her friend Lil Aaron used to talk shit on Kesha on Discord servers. Well, I didn't know about that. But anyway, let's talk about another dingbat. Let's talk about Fat Joe, who always seems to stick his foot in his mouth on something he don't know what the hell he be talking about. So Chris Brown and Michael Jackson apparently are one and the same, with the only difference being one of them beat the hell out of Rihanna. So says Fat Joe. And so we have the clip of what he had to say on that. And I want to play it for y'all so I can read him down to the ground and get my opinion on this whole thing with what Fat Joe had to say. Please hold. Oh, I see Friday the 13th is trending. We just talked about that in the beginning of the show.
Yo, let me tell you something. I got to get to this Chris Brown show. If Chris Brown never got into the controversy with Rihanna, we would be calling him Michael Jackson right now. Not like Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson. He is the most talented singer, artist, performer, hit maker of our time. There's nobody even close to Chris Brown. And it's time we move past it. It's been 20-something years that I know of. There's no more incidents. Man, we're going to let this lifetime go by without saying the truth. And so what happens is when the truth is an unpopular decision, everybody gets scared to say it. They get canceled, especially famous people or somebody like that, right? But, the streets, they know what it is. Streets always know. They tell you the truth. There's the streets still bumping R. Kelly. He's in jail. He did terrible things. They still bumping R. Kelly. So what I'm trying to say is,
Yeah, what are you trying to say? Because Fat Joe problem is he always thinking he got an idea in his head, but then the execution is always the issue. And what he trying to say? Well, let's continue.
That it's a shame that we lying and we're not giving it up to the king of R&B, the king of music. I mean, you know, the Michael Jackson, you know, we be thinking he could battle Michael Jackson. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not lying. If you really look at his body of work and you look at all his hits, you see what he does, you remove from your mind that we don't like it. We don't like that he had a controversy. We don't like that. We don't condone the queens. We out here to protect the queens. We get that. He was a little kid 20-something years ago.
Okay. So what I always find funny about people like Fat Joe is the fact that they always seem to bring up the Rihanna situation as the only incident that Chris Brown has had when it pertains to women. The sad part about all of this, especially with, you know, the things he's done to Rihanna, the things he's done to Karrueche, the things he's done to so many other people who have filed lawsuits against him of harassment and things of that nature, and now he likes fighting people in clubs and all this other mess that goes on with him, and the fact that, you know, that jawline be going to the side, like, you know, you got that cocaine situation going on, like you've been snorting a little too much booger sugar, and Chris do look like he is an addict in a lot of ways. That wasn't the only incident. There's been so many incidents regarding Chris Brown. And then on top of, so that's not the only thing. And I hate the fact that people continue to bring up Rihanna as the only big major thing that stumped his career. That's not the only thing. But also, let's point out that to me, when I look at this situation, I just feel like conversations regarding this situation with him just irks my entire damn spirit. Because I feel like a lot of y'all don't be knowing what the hell you're talking about. Now, these old and new heads, in my opinion, are just so fixated on an artist becoming the next fill in the blank, then said artist carving out their own lane and legacy. Now, even if Chris never hit Rihanna, I just feel like, in my opinion, he'll never be on the same level as MJ. Like musically and creatively and in his, when we look back, since you want to talk about catalogs, I don't even think you have a timeless body of work. And I've said this many a times on the show, even back when they were trying to talk about him doing a verses with Usher. I was like, he don't have the timeless records like MJ did. Like, where is his Off the Wall? Where is his Bad? Where is his Thriller? Hell, since we talking about Usher, where's his Confessions? He ain't never gave us that. Yeah, you got a bunch of bops, and yeah, you can put out 45 songs on a damn album. I don't know how anybody got through all them damn songs, but if you did, kudos to you. However, I just don't feel like he's on that level. And I don't care how many times you grab your crotch and throw your foot up in the air and do a hee-hee or a moonwalk. That to me is like, okay, you doing what Michael Jackson's already put out there and made him so iconic, but what do you do that helps you stand out from the pack? Where are those iconic moments? Like I said, with just the music and all of that stuff. It ain't just about emulating what Michael does. So stop trying to make fetch happen with that shit. And I'm tired of people always trying to equate Chris Brown in that same conversation. And to me, yeah, Chris Brown could sell out arenas, which he's currently doing. I heard he's about to do the Barclays Center. No, he ain't coming to Madison Square Garden. He's doing the Barclays Center out in Brooklyn. But I don't even feel like he's culturally significant. So yeah, he has his hardcore fan base, and he's charging $1,100 for people to do them little freaky meet and greets, which I know he was getting dragged for. But if the girls want to sit and put themselves in them compromising positions, that's what y'all paid for. Y'all know what y'all getting when you get to the situation. So if that's what you want to do, if that's the way y'all want to put yourselves in that situation, I don't want to hear crying about nobody assaulting y'all or nothing, because you know what it gives before you get there. Even though y'all willing to put up that $1,100 to promote the 11/11 thing. That's why it costs that much. So people like Fat Joe, in my opinion, can speculate all the woulda, coulda, shouldas that he wants regarding how he feels Chris's career could be. Chris, you know, like I say, he got some bops and still sells out arenas, which he's currently been doing, because I did see that he posted something about, well, they said an N-word is blackball. I don't see no blackball up in here, because, you know, he's selling out the arenas and nobody is going against him on that. Yes, he is talented. Yes, he gives good show. Yes, he performs his ass off. Nobody's taking it away from him. But to compare him to Michael Jackson, I'm tired of y'all doing that. Y'all try to do it with Justin Timberlake. Y'all try to do it with all these other people. No one has touched Michael's legacy and will not do it. I feel like the closest person who has come to that is Beyonce. She is the only one, in my opinion, that I feel like has come close to capturing that same essence of a Michael Jackson, who is on that level of a Michael Jackson, who is as iconic as Michael Jackson, not no goddamn Chris Brown. So when people come out here like Fat Joe looking for a moment to go viral on social media, come up with something better, because every time I turn around, Fat Joe always got something stupid to say whenever he want to talk about something. So I'm tired of this conversation. And what I'm not tired of is I want to hear y'all thoughts on this. Do y'all agree with Fat Joe on what he said in regards of Chris Brown being on a level of Michael Jackson, or do you think that, you know, with him, if he had never put pause on Rihanna, that his career would be on that level? Well, we don't ever know if that'll happen. But like I said, if he would have ever given us an album on the level of like an Off the Wall, of a Bad, or a Thriller, or a Dangerous, then maybe we could have that conversation. But I don't work in woulda, coulda, shouldas, or hypotheticals. He ain't never gave us that. And I know the white people put the wall up, the gatekeep, and keeping him out because of what he did. But like I said, he's still out here selling arenas. He's still successful in his own right. So he's not hurting. Chris is fine. But as far as like the whole level of Michael Jackson, no ma'am. So let me know what y'all think in the comments down below. Okay, so it said Chris Brown is cool, but is not focused though. Michael is too focused. Plus, when we discuss Michael, we have to bring up his music business acumen. Also, Michael comes from Joe Jackson, who is a legend. And so Michael brought the world together. Nicki Minaj would not have been arrested in Europe because Michael was so beloved in Europe and an amazing American ambassador to the world. And then I also saw in the article that people was trying to bring up, well, Michael Jackson was no stranger to controversy. He got into accusations of abuse and all that. I said, yeah, but he was found not guilty. So if the court of the people said he wasn't guilty, that's what it is. And say Europe loves Michael Jackson. Asia loves Michael Jackson. Yes, they do. So does South America. Not the penguins in Antarctica. It's like Chris Brown has abused a lot of women and is violent. Remember when he destroyed the Good Morning America? So that's what I said. He is a nasty. And then didn't he disrespect Robin Roberts? So he has a long-standing history of disrespecting women, throwing temper tantrums, having a nasty behavior. So, and yes, I do believe it. Like, it's them drugs. Look, Rick James said cocaine is one hell of a drug. So, I don't understand like how y'all continue to just try to make excuses for him. And that's what it said. Like when you compare, it's funny how he compared Chris Brown to R. Kelly. And it's like, yeah, the people out here, my sister still listen to R. Kelly, and I'll be looking at her with the side eye. But apparently, people out here, a lot of them just don't care. It's that they like what they like. Me, it's like I stand on business when it comes to certain things. It's like but even before the whole beat down with Rihanna, whatever, I was not really into Chris Brown's music like that. Now, I did love that performance that he did at the MTV Award. I think that was shortly before, that was like shortly before he did what he did in Rihanna. His career was about to catapult because he did that performance on the tables and stuff at the VMAs. And then I think rightly after, that's when the whole beatdown situation happened with Riri. So his career was on the up, and then that situation happened. So it may have stalled it, but at the same time, like I said, what stopped you since then from releasing a body of work on that level if you wanted to be the next Michael Jackson? Because at the end of the day, the labels and the industry people could do whatever they want to sabotage you, but if the music is not up to par. So Michael was also known for his handsomeness and overall style. Michael was a full and complete force that was beloved for every aspect of what. And the funny thing is, he and Beyonce got something in common. They Virgos. Look up the Vibe editorial in the 90s. Michael looked so handsome. Chris Brown body work is nothing at the level of Michael Jackson. Exactly. But Michael was also kind of weird. I don't think he actually had sex with anyone. That's what I thought. I thought he was asexual. Chris Brown body of work does not compare to Usher. That's what I said. That's why I laughed when they said they wanted to do a versus with them. I was like, please, he'll lose. Who do these guys constantly? Why do these guys constantly defend abuses? Chris fucked up. Is absolutely. It's like y'all want to blame. Oh, if he never would have did what he did, then I mean nobody's. And then they'll bring up. Um, they'll bring up. Oh well, I'm sure because she West Indian, she put paws on him. Of course, the West Indian girl, they stay slick with the damn mouth. But at the end of the day, we look at men as men are the stronger gender. So while she beating his ass in the front of that damn car, the minute he could just out of one little situation, he bite her and then punch her in the eye one good time because she light skinned. She bruise up. Whose side you gonna take? Obviously the man, because that's the way society unfortunately works. And then men can't report it, because then if you report it, then you consider a simp, which I hate how people just be doing that when it comes to how we treat women versus men in abusive situations. Also, Chris is nowhere near the level of Michael Jackson. Even Chris said this himself. He doesn't want to be compared to MJ because he's nowhere near that. Absolutely. So Fat Joe need to stop popping off at the fat mouth. At least Chris Brown knows his limits. Does he? Because I don't know if he does. Because it's like, yeah, at one point, it's like, yeah, you talked about R. Kelly, you talked about Chris Brown, but they put this upon themselves. He's the only one to blame. They're the only ones to blame. You can't blame everybody else for his actions. He's the one who decided to put hands on Rihanna. But anyway, let's move on and let's talk about Megan Thee Stallion, who is tired of people smoking pot and blowing in her direction when she performing. So the Hiss rapper played host to a pair of sold-out shows at Toyota Center in her hometown of Houston over the weekend, and one portion of Saturday night's concert that went viral was when Meg briefly paused to let her feelings be known about the weed being smoked around her. Now, plenty of Megan's hotties flocked to her defense on social media following the lighthearted rant. Now, I do have that clip. Well, I want to show y'all. And then after that, I'm coming to Megan's defense because some of the people in the comments, y'all work my goddamn nerve.
Don't turn the fan on. I said, don't blow that weed by me. I don't want to be high. If I get hot, the show is over. I'm going to the hospital. Call the police, because I'm done. Don't turn the fan.
She said, I don't want to be high. And I don't blame her. Because there was people in the comments that was like, they paid for the show. Smoke your weed, the fuck? I was like, first of all, bitch, I work at an arena, number one, Madison Square Garden. And the thing that irks me is the fact that the minute these artists be up in there performing or whatever, I'm smelling weed. There were certain concerts where I thought it was a breath of fresh air. I ain't smelled not one damn joint or blunt when I worked at Olivia Rodrigo concert, probably because it was kids in there. Same thing with Melanie Martinez. Like there's certain ones, if you see a lot of kids and stuff in there, then nobody's gonna spark up. It's just so funny how people feel like, oh, it's a rap concert, we automatically gotta smoke blunts. Now, when I worked I almost said Faid, the Fade concert, reggaeton artist, because my manager actually referred to him as Faid. I'm like, who's that? I'm like, I don't know her. I know Fade though. And speaking of which, I forgot to mention, Yandel came out and performed. I was like, he cute in person. Well, I've been knew that Yandel was cute, but seeing him in person was even better. And the gay boys that was up in there, bitch, they gave me my life. Shout out to all the gay Colombian boys and the other Spanish boys that was at that Fade concert. But also, shout out to all the gay boys that was at the Megan concert when I worked it. And I was on the floor. So I was close to the stage when I worked the Megan concert. So I was getting my life and trying to control the chaos and everything that was happening around me. But yeah, there are people when they go to these rap concerts that will sit up in there and smoke. And my thing is, no, it's not about you paying a ticket or whatever to smoke your weed or whatever the case is. When you're in an indoor facility, you're not supposed to be in there smoking. So if you want to get high on your own supply, you do it before the concert and you do it after. You should not be doing it during. Now, if you want to get lit in other ways, that's why we have bartenders that work at the Garden where you can go get you a drink. And you go in there and get your drinky drink and keep it moving. But as far as like you being up in there and smoking your shit, Nobody wants to smell that. First of all, it's probably laced with all kinds of Fenty and bath salts and shit. And then there are people that do come up to me that are irritated because people are smoking and that shit is getting in their nose. You don't know what people's level of sobriety is when they come into a lot of those places, or the fact that they're not a fond of marijuana, but you in there smoking your stuff, not thinking about the people around you because you just thinking about your high. You're not even trying to be up in there and enjoying the show or whatever the case is. So to me, I don't like when people be up in there smoking. It's not something we could pretty much do about it, because the security guard asked me, it was like, they can let people smoke in here? I'm like, we're not supposed to, but if it's too many people up in here smoking, there's really nothing we could do about it. Now, I could talk to you and be like, just be mindful or whatever, because I did have one incident where a guy was smoking and it was getting in the security guard face and he got tight and he talked to him. The guy was like, okay. So he had to pump his brakes on that. But for the most part, it's just like, just be courteous of people in your surroundings and all other stuff. So then they said, meanwhile, everyone drunk AF as F driving home. Well, not in New York, because in New York ain't no parking, so everybody get on the train. Now I don't know outside of New York, but when they come to the Garden, ain't how you getting home? Not by driving your car. I mean, unless you that fool. And first of all, they stopped serving alcohol 30 minutes before the end of the show. I know that's not enough time, whatever the case is, but we do have a cutoff period for the drinks. And if somebody's coming up in there shit-faced drunk, which somebody actually did at the Fade concert, before the concert even started, the girl was lit, could barely stand up on her legs. Oh no, I'm on the phone ready to be like, no ma'am, you got to go. You cannot be up in here. You're not going to see the show, because you're not going to have me filling out no damn incident report. You're not making me liable for anything. So yeah, we have to make our own discretions when we in our sections, and you come up in there and you're going to be in my section all kinds of fucked up. You're not just going to enjoy the show because nobody told you to come in there shit-faced to the point that you can't concentrate. So besides me coming to her defense, there were other people that also came to her defense. One person said Megan has expressed before in her music actually that weed doesn't agree with her, so she lightheartedly stated the show would have to be stopped if she got high because of the negative physiological effect it has on her. This is what one person wrote on Twitter, saying there was no threatening and it's her right to suggest people at her concert keep it away from her. And it's sort of like when people say, oh, y'all spent y'all money, smoke y'all shit, the fuck? It's like the overall disrespect in that post. Because it's like, yeah, just because it's like, yes, it's similar to what Celine Dion said in a recent interview, where she's like, yes, the fans put up their money and they come out and support me and all that other stuff. And yes, I belong to them to a certain extent. And I'm paraphrasing. But at some point, I should be, there's things that I want for me as well. And if there's something you could just respect is the fact that, yeah, I don't want that weed smoking stuff in me. First of all, you don't realize the amount of work that goes into putting a show together, especially for her being up there performing. She's doing choreography. She's memorized, a lot of her rap lyrics. She's up there having to do a full-on 2-hour show. And you just sitting there just being in the moment, in y'all phones, making it more about y'all, reacting to that you there, rapping to the song, rather than actually being in the moment and watching the concert. She's actually giving you a full-on show. And a lot of people aren't able to do that while they're high or drunk or whatever the case is, which is why a lot of artists don't do drugs when they're performing. There's a discipline that goes with that. One notably being Madonna. She'll tell you, like, on her tour, no drugs, no alcohol, no nothing. This is a full-on elaborate show. Complex. There's a lot of moving parts. So I need y'all alert at all times. So I totally get where she's coming with that. So just have the respect. And one other person put, listen, I enjoy weed just as much as the next person. But if you have to sneak weed into an event, you need to go see that lady. It was a girl in front of me smoking at the concert last night. I was so mad. Nobody want to smell like smoke, hun. And so, yeah, it's just like, just respect people's wishes. And they said, as much as people try to make this normal, smoking around people who don't smoke really is disrespectful of their boundaries and also can cause serious harm. So she's not wrong. Another person said, respect the artist you chose to pay and see. That's all. Another person said, I do not like when people smoke by me either. Weed, cigars, or cigarettes, especially at concerts. I didn't get my hair done and a nice fit to come home smelling like a pile of smoke. Sorry, not sorry. So there was a lot of people in there being respectful and just coming Team Megan. And I'm glad there was more in there that was, on the shade room in their comments that was Team Megan more so than the haters. So I say all this to say, because I had to give you my experience of, me working in an arena. This is like the stuff we deal with. Like it never fails. I remember like, even when I did the Andrew Schultz comedy show, no weed smoke at all. Everybody was up in there laughing, having a good time. The minute 50 Cent come out to perform, all of a sudden everybody felt the need to spark up. I'm like, what is the stereotype here? That all of a sudden when it comes to a when it comes to a musician, y'all feel like we need to embed a stereotype or embody a stereotype and just immediately spark up a blunt. Like, make it make sense to me. So I'm curious to hear what you all guys got to say about this. Let me know in the comments down below. Okay. He said concerts need to be more strict with their rules of weed and other substances. So I do agree with that. But it's like when they do go put it through the metal detectors, they really need to start searching and not letting that in. But they let them in with it. It said people need to learn smoke etiquette. When I saw Prince when I was 12, I got a contact high, my first. And that's another thing too. Like people bringing their kids to concerts and y'all be up in there doing drugs. No chiefing not chiefing. That's such an old school. It's like when kids are around rock and hip hop, they do toke up. Exactly. It's like, especially if it's at a rock concert. This is why don't bring your kids to a Fish concert because they probably doing shrooms and all kinds of shit up in there. So it's especially rock and hip hop. That's the main thing when you go and smell it. It said us U.S. Americans are still us Americans in caps. It said are so entitled, it's ridiculous. They clearly don't want weed being in the concert because it will mess up her performance. Get the fuck out. Where? Bitch, hold on. Breaking news. Justin Timberlake mugshot just dropped. Let me look that up. I hate y'all. Oh my God. I was like, wait a minute. Is it on TMZ? Because they stay with child, it's on Twitter. Please hold. Oh, damn. Them eyes look red. He look like he about to cry. Hold on now. Oh, why am I salivating so much? I'm a little too excited. Okay, hold on. Bitch. There it is. I was like, Justin, what happened? What is going on? Not one girl say yikes. Should not be laughing. Look, I'm sure if y'all dug up enough, look, I told y'all about my mugshot situation. Yeah, why you gagging so? Look at Justin. I was like, look, y'all to I just saw it. Well, I'm glad y'all did. Chill. I'm like, shit, I'm doing a show. I'm going to keep this up for a little longer. Hold on. I know I shouldn't salivate, but bitch. Okay. Okay. Let's stop. Okay, let's stop. And let's move on. Let's talk about Kim Kardashian, who apparently is getting dragged for getting on a plane to get some cheesecake. I'll explain. So Kim is facing criticism online over a resurfaced interview in which the reality star admitted to taking a private jet all the way to Paris just to get a slice of cheesecake from a specific restaurant. This is according to Radar Online. Now it says, I don't like cheesecake, and the cheesecake at Hotel Costas, it's heaven. You don't like cheesecake, but you like that. But I guess, I guess when it comes to certain foods, I'm the same way. Like there'll be something I'm like, I don't like a specific food, but if somebody makes it a certain way, the way they make it is lit, then I'll eat it. But I do love me some cheesecake. And I'm not a cake fan at all. Like I don't like chocolate cake. I don't like cake of any kind, really. But bitch, cheesecake is in my life. Like that is the only cake I will eat. Or if I am craving chocolate, I will just go and deal with a chocolate cake, depending on who makes it. But cheesecake is my shit. But anyway, so she said that this was like when she told Vogue in 2015, explaining the length she went to satisfy a pregnancy craving while she was expecting Saint, her second child with Kanye. She said, I flew in maybe a couple of months ago, just to have a last hurrah of all the food that I'm not going to be able to have for a while. And I get there and they tell me they didn't have it. This is what she recalled. And I was like, you don't understand. I leave tomorrow. I think I flew for one night and they said, okay, we're going to get it. And they got it and they really made my day. Although Kardashian got to have her cake and eat it too. Ha, ha, ha. It says, the Sun reports that commenters have flocked to social media to slam the celeb for her wastefulness and environmental image. Here we go. The environmental people are mad. That impact the Cheesecake story went viral online, saying Kim Kardashian flew all the way from LA to Paris just because she wanted to eat a particular cheesecake and then flew back home. And here I am drinking from paper straws to save the world. Said Kim Kardashian is one person. She's a spoiled pseudo celebrity. Another person wrote on Twitter, just Kardashian things. Someone else added, this isn't the first time the Skims founder has taken some heat for her jet-setting lifestyle and extravagant spending habits. Kardashian sparked backlash earlier this year over a TikTok video flaunting her opulent SKKN by Kim office with a tanning 3D models and luxury amenities. So I'm Kim Kardashian. Of course, I post tone-deaf content when the world is struggling with recession. One social media user commented at the time, while another wrote, eat the rich. But you know what? We could sit up in here and just talk about like the rich and what they do. And yeah, we always talk about it till the cows come home, how the 1% have pretty much, it's the 1% over here, and then there's us down here. But she has a $150 million private jet. And it says that she reportedly one of the worst celebrity offenders when it comes to private jet CO2 emissions. Because at one point, I was going to be like, you know what? I'm not mad at her for doing that. Like, if I had the coins, believe me, I would jump on a plane from New York to somewhere just to eat the food. But here's the thing. If I'm going to jump on a plane somewhere, of my own private plane, that's only because I'm going on vacation or whatever the case is. I'm not just going to go. And I don't think she just went to jet set over to Paris just for that. And I'm sitting there like, girl, why'd you go there when you could have just got the cheesecake from Junior's in Brooklyn? She could have just came out here. It'd have been a shorter flight. From LA to New York is 5 hours. I don't know how much it is from LA to Paris. So it said, no, they said that she didn't fly to City of Lights solely for cheesecake. She said she visited Paris to enjoy a variety of her favorite foods over 1 to 2 days. Additionally, she did not specify that she flew from LA to Paris. But like I said, if I had the money to do what she was doing, I wouldn't see it as a problem. She's spending her own money out of her own pocket to jump on a plane to eat the foods that she would be able to eat while pregnant. And I feel like a lot of people would do the same thing. But I'm not interested in wasting money for the sake of wasting money when it comes to foods. I would have just been like, you know what, I'm in a mood for some of them foods. Could they have that shipped from overseas to my house and then I eat it? Instead of me having to get on a plane to go and get the food from that specific place or that cheesecake from that specific place, I would have had my assistant get on the phone and be like, I need you to track this damn cheesecake down and have them make me one and ship it. Like, that's what I would have did instead of jumping on a damn plane because I'm having a craving. So you just wasting your money on bullshit. But look, like I said, if I had the money, I'd do the same. But let me know what you guys would do. Are y'all Team Kim or y'all, with the people that was sitting up and talking about that here she go fucking up the environment with her stupid vapidness? Let me know in the comments down below. It said, imagine Brittany and Janet calling each other saying, bitch, and cackling. Okay. I could definitely picture it too. It said, white folks, mad post offices closed. Oh, is it? But because all the black people y'all got working in them post offices, I would have been closed too. So people just posted Justin said he only had. Now, Maury done determined that's a damn lie. Now, we all know, ain't no way in hell that Justin Timberlake had one damn martini. I've had one martini. I've never been, to the point of where it was, I need a breathalyzer or I'm going to refuse one. So he's a liar. Like on a lot of things. He's lied about a lot of shit in his career. There's no way in hell that man Hold on, because I feel like I need to pull this damn mugshot up. You know what? I'm going to hell. But anyway, so I don't understand how he running out here and talk about I only had martini and think that that's enough. Where you need a breathalyzer. I'm sure he probably had at least 3 or 4 martinis. There's no way in hell he had one. And he said, I mean, if she have the finances, then that's on her. But didn't she address about the issues of fossil fuels, the global warming? I don't know, because I don't keep up with them damn Kardashians. But if she did talk about fossil fuel or whatever, we don't know what type of fuel she's actually using in them jets. In her private plane. But if she's actually taking more of a healthier approach to to the fuels and things of that nature, I don't know why people are upset. So that could be innocent, but if I had a private jet, that's what I said. I said I would do the same thing. But here's the thing with the difference between me and Kim. I wouldn't have told y'all about it. I would have kept that shit to myself. I'm like, okay, my people, my team, I'm telling them I'm getting on a plane. I got cravings. I need to go to this specific restaurant out in Paris, and I need to go and indulge in the food. I've always had this dream of that I wanted to do like one of those food shows where I could just travel the world and just eat all the different cuisines from around the world. They'd have to give me a trainer too, because ain't no way in hell I'm gonna just eat all that food and I'm gonna be fat. Like I need to also be working out to maintain the figure. But yeah, but for the most part, that's always been like one of my fantasies. Like I love cooking shows on, the cooking channel and on the Food Network. And then sometime when I be watching on the streaming services, like I know Gordon Ramsay has a show with Lisa Vanderpump that I want to check out. But it's like I love watching a lot of those like diners, dive-ins, and dives. That was like one of my favorite shows. Like he would go to different places and try out all the different foods and stuff. But I would love to do that one day. So I'm putting out in the universe. Somebody give me a cooking show. Because he told Brittany to lay off the alcohol in 2000. Okay. And we seen Brittany out here looking a hot ass mess, but look, Brittany just happened to feel vindicated for one. Justin did not want anyone to know who he was with, hence no driver and no Uber. That's what I said. I said that there's something deeper going on in this situation. He refused the breathalyzer. I want to know who he was in the car with, or what's it doing? Because I'm sure if he was behind the wheel and driving, hence why he got arrested. Damn, could you imagine having him go into one of the precincts in Sag Harbor and all the damn deputies in there gagging him like, "Oh?" When he walk in them handcuffs, I know they all gag. That's what I said. His eyes is red. He looks exhausted. And on top of that, like when I've had a lot to drink and I'm tired, my eyes be burning. And that's what Justin has given me with this overall look. I know it probably look lit on the damn TV. I'm gonna watch my show later on my big screen TV just to get this full effect of this much. Let me stop gloating. Right, it said, "Oh, I'm not cooperating with the links on my civil rights. You can argue about what I did in court, okay?" And he's going to have to show up in court and pay a fine and all that stuff. So TMZ going to be on. Look, TMZ got the mugshot. I need TMZ people to investigate in this situation. Look at us. We about to do a 4-hour show because we sitting there making fun of Justin Timberlake and his mugshot. Okay. But anyway, so it said Madonna called into that Gordon Ramsay show. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. One of her chefs was actually on a Gordon Ramsay show, and he didn't believe that she was Madonna's chef, and she actually called her, and Madonna picked up the phone, which I lived for. I thought that was cute. And of course, she had to get permission for them to use that clip. Okay, they are gagging shit. And they said he does look exhausted. I mean, I can understand like you've been touring and stuff and you want to go out and have a couple of drinks and party, but they say drink responsibly, and he wasn't drinking responsibly. Now, speaking of being responsible, or maybe coming to terms with being responsible, let's talk about Armie Hammer, who is opening up, another trouble person who is addressing those allegations, the cannibalism ones. So it says, whatever it was that people said, whatever it was that happened, I'm now at a place in my life where I'm grateful for every bit about it. This is what he said on the Painful Lessons podcast. He says, I'm actually now at a place where I'm really grateful for it because where I was in my life before all of that stuff happened to me, I didn't feel good. I never felt satisfied. And at the height of his acting career, multiple women accused Hammer of abuse, with one woman saying he was 100% a cannibal. saying I never had enough. I never was in a place where I was happy with myself, where I had self-esteem. This is what he explained. He says, I never knew how to give myself love. I never knew how to give myself self-validation, but I had this job where I was able to get it from so many people that I never had to learn how to give it to myself. And you definitely get that with acting, is that you get a lot of self-validation. People tell you about how much they love you and you're doing great and all this other shit. And it's like, that does play into your self-esteem, especially if you're someone who has low self-esteem. Now, Hammer said, that he is currently in a 12-step program after going through an ego death right when the accusations surfaced. He also said the cannibalism accusations were false, while also revealing how all the allegations deeply affected his mental health, saying there were a lot of times where I thought I couldn't take this anymore. I was getting hate, so it just went right in. There was a time I was standing at the shore and swam out really far and just laying there, a half-assed suicide attempt. But I thought I couldn't do that to my kids. Now, in case y'all need a memory refresher, in 2021, a woman accused Hammer of doing the R word to her in 2017 and said that he had increasingly more violent fantasies, that he would sometimes act out on her. Others shared alleged texts and direct messages from the actor detailing violent sexual fantasies that involved cannibalism and murder. In the text, Hammer detailed these fantasies, saying he wanted to do things like breaking your bones, cutting a piece of your skin off, and making you cook it for me. Well, damn, what, you thought he was Hannibal Lecter? Is that I want to see your brain, your blood, your organs, every part of you, and I need your blood. I want you to feed me with it. Hammer has denied any claims of SA, but did admit he was very intense and extreme. He has a very intense and extreme lifestyle, and said that all his sexual encounters were completely consensual. Now, Chad, when I first heard this story, I was like, Chad, are you giving me Patrick Bateman tease from like you gonna start chasing bitches down the hallway butt ass naked with a chain? Like after you done had sex with them and you murdered a friend while you was having a threesome with them. Y'all know what movie I got that from. American Psycho. I was like, is he going to give me like a whole American Psycho vibe or whatever the case was? It's like Armie Hammer does give me weird. And I know they said he's working out at some resort in the Bahamas or something or another. And I actually hope that, you know what, that it's unfortunate that something this drastic had to come forward for your career, to be derailed, because I definitely loved him and Call Me By Your Name. Like Timothée Chalamet had his hands all up in that crotch. And I love that movie, and I would have loved to have seen a sequel. And Armie was on the rise. He was good in what was the movie he did with Henry Cavill? That was a spy film. I actually like that movie, and Guy Ritchie directed it. It was a good movie, but it just didn't do well at the box office. So, I don't know why I'm thinking of Officer and a Gentleman. I know that they are remaking that film. That's why I'm thinking of it. But yeah, so I liked Armie Hammer when he's done a lot of movies or whatever the case was. I liked him in The Social Network, since we were speaking about Justin Timberlake prior to this topic. I liked him in The Social Network. He played the Winklevoss twins. I liked him when, he's done a lot of other movies and stuff in the past. So he was on the rise to have this amazing career. And plus, he's very good looking. He's tall. He's like 6'4", whatever the case was. But because of all his little crazy kinks and fetishes came out to the forefront, and he was out here trying to feed that monster, now it's gotten to the place that it's gotten to. And I'm glad that, unfortunately, it takes something this drastic for you to go and get the help that you need. And I really hope that you are getting help and not just using this podcast as a way to just rehabilitate your career. So shout out to you. Shout out to your victims. And my question is to you guys that are watching. Do y'all believe this? Do you believe him that he is on the way of like trying to rehabilitate and recover himself? Do you think that Hollywood should give him another chance after all those crazy accusations and stuff that came out? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay. So you must have never heard about this Armie Hammer story. Oh, the funny thing is I forgot all about House of Hammer. They made a thing on him, right? On House of Hammer and that sort of thing. They did like a little documentary or something. I forgot all about that. That was something else I wanted to watch, and I didn't get around to watching it. I got a lot of stuff I got to watch. I still haven't even watched the one about Nick Carter and his damn brother. I got to get around to that too. And so it was like, wait, what? Cannibalism? Yeah. Oh, so you must have not heard about the whole cannibalism thing. It said, how do you just jump to cannibalism unless you are into cannibalism? This is not accusation that just happens to fall on you. Yeah, that still goes to show, like, did he actually go around start cutting people's skin up and cooking it on the grill and eating it? Like, I could not imagine myself eating human flesh. I mean, I know we eat chicken and all the other stuff, but it's like, mm-mm. It said, the fuck? Cannibalism accusation is where we are in society. Just hearing, oh. I said, can someone find not Jared Leto? Oh yeah, because I forgot he was in that movie too. Patrick Bateman and Hannibal Lecter both wanted those. Sure do. And it was like they talked to Army's aunt, who also talked about how his father and oh yeah, because there were legendary stories about, like, because Army Hammer is from that whole Army Hammer empire, and how um his father and grandfather, and I remember hearing stories about how they was up into some crazy shit. So I definitely need to, like, so he had to learn it from somewhere. It's clearly a learned behavior. Like, I don't think it was just something these women made up. But I feel like, you know what? As much as I would like to see his career come back, I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, so now let's move into our final topic, and let's talk about The Boys. Now, I hope y'all actually watched the new season. If y'all haven't, spoiler alert, because I know we have somebody who was like, oh, another great show. I got to get used to your spoilers. So there is currently a same-sex relationship going on with Frenchie, who was a part of The Boys. I actually like Frenchie. I always thought Frenchie was cute. But seeing him, Tomer Capone, who plays the character, getting in a same-sex relationship with this guy named Colin, and basically their relationship, while it's cute or whatever, I think they had their first, like, make out sex scene or whatever. They knew each other, and then I saw, like, the thing was kind of festering because he rubbed his finger up against Frenchie's hand, and then all of a sudden, in episode 2, they wound up in the bed together, and he's been liking, the Asian chick on the show, but she was like, in sign language, she said, go after him. You need some dick or some ass or whatever it is that you into, which I cackled about. But the fans are a bit worried because Frenchie is getting in a relationship with a guy, and the fans are worried. Now, Colin Hauser, is played by Elliot Knight, and like I said, Tomer Capone plays Frenchie. And they said that Frenchie was revealed in early episodes of season 4, which released on June 13th, to be in a relationship with a man named Colin. Now, it says, though Frenchie had been romantically involved with the violence-prone Kimiko, that was her name, for the first 3 seasons of The Boys, it seems that this is a real deal for the killer for hire and Soup Hunter. However, the revelations surrounding their sexuality have kickstarted worrying fan theory that could spell the end of the Francophone. Originally posted on Twitter by user Onyx Antari, a video of a man saying, well, you'll be convicted soon, was placed under the caption, seeing Frenchie kiss Colin, knowing gay people drop like flies in The Boys. And that's another thing, too, is that people are worried because The Boys has a reputation for doing same-sex situations only for a lot of the gay characters to meet their demise. And we had the Wonder Woman character on the show who was a lesbian. She's dead because she went out the window with Jensen Ackles' Captain America type character, who turned out to be the father of Homelander, and they blew up. So the gays don't last long. So while we say that we do get queer representation, even though some people, Marvel is a mess when it comes to queer representation, we get it on a lot of these TV shows. And I guess what people are saying is that they're tired of seeing queer characters being killed off when they get such, pivotal parts on TV, and they give that representation. And that same user followed up with the warning, Eric Kripke, series creator, will not let them see season 5. The background for the theory is that The Boys does not exactly contain a lot of characters that are both queer and happy, as one could be in a world of maniacal suits. But here's the reality. Are we only going to put it on them? None of the characters on that show are happy. They're all fucked up in some sort of way. So it's like they all could get got. I don't think we should only just put the emphasis on their sexuality for this thing. But I will say that in general, we need better and stronger representation when it comes to queer characters in superhero stuff, not just on The Boys. The Boys, I kind of put them in a category by itself because nobody on that show was happy. None of the guys, they all fucked up in some sort of way. You look at Homelander, who's collecting freaking gray pubic hairs from his balls in a damn cup. He's not happy. I can't wait till they kill his ass off, which we already know we're getting to season 5, so maybe it'll happen then. So it says Homelander's bisexuality was removed for TV. Thank God, because a lot of people were like, you know what, we don't want one of the most evil characters on TV being equated with the sexual orientation of bisexuality, even though I wouldn't mind it because I feel like we need the complexity of that. But throughout history, if you look at queer history in cinema, people who are LGBT have always been equated with being killers, evil. There's always been a negative connotation with that, which is why I get why people feel the way they feel. So they also said that Edison Cardoza, a gay scientist with a loving husband and daughter, was brutally disposed of in Gen V. And Termite, oh Lord, don't even bring back Termite. Termite, that scene, I gagged when I watched that one. Termite was basically like Ant-Man. He was a suit with a power to shrink in size, accidentally killed his love interest, Peter, by expanding while inside his penis. Termite was later stomped to death by Homelander. Now, elsewhere, that was what her name was. I couldn't remember her name. Queen Maeve, who basically was the Wonder Woman character. She's bisexual, finally got a somewhat peaceful ending with longtime girlfriend Elena Nicola Correa de Mood at the end of season 3, but as far as the world knows, is dead. The only somewhat stable queer relationship in the boys' universe is from Gen V between Marie Moreau and gender-switching Jordan Lee, and they both ended season 1 of this spinoff locked in what appeared to be a high-security mental institution. So long story short, of almost every other queer character is either murdered or disposed of less than a season after being introduced is not looking good for Frenchie. There's also the small matter that Frenchie had previously murdered Colin's entire family and doesn't know how to tell his lover, normal relationship problems. So Kripke has confirmed that season 5 of the hit show will be the last, so assume Frenchie doesn't perish with his lover this time around. There will still be a whole extra batch of episodes full with bloodthirsty supervillains to contend with in the coming years. So, I will say this, that Eric Kripke also has gone at the people who have criticized the show as being woke ahead of the season 4 launch, saying go and watch something else to anyone that complains. Because a lot of people had taken issue where I guess they came to realize that when a lot of the stuff they're talking about, January 6th, the Trump supporters, all that stuff, they didn't realize that the show was mocking them. And now that they've kind of realized, oh, this show wasn't for us, y'all making fun of us because you're a bunch of losers that are looking for a place to belong, and these people that are trying to bring you into this place to belong is actually using you and taking advantage of you to further their own personal interests, be it when they're doing conventions or political aspirations. So a lot of that is taken into where the world is now, and it's playing that up. So I like the boys. I really hope that they like I've said, and I've always kind of used them as a reference in regards to like, yeah, we have a lot of queer superhero characters, but yeah, they don't last long. And there's a lot of moments where you see like gross out moments, like if you haven't seen this season 4, all I will say is Human Centipede. There was a Human Centipede like scene that I gagged when I saw it, and one of the guys got pink eye, which was disgusting. I was like, where do y'all come up with this stuff? But yeah, that wasn't as bad as like the termite sequence when his boyfriend had this fetish of termites shrinking down and going into his urethra, and he liked that feeling of his dick being tickled until he sneezed. And then he expanded and blew his man up. I'm like, who comes up with this stuff? First of all, you're a genius for coming up with that stuff. But yeah, I like Frenchie. I hope he survives. It's kind of fucked up in the circumstance that him and his boyfriend is in, because especially when he murdered his boyfriend's entire family, and it's like, well, that's kind of like why you love sleeping with him, but you don't want to fully commit to the whole situation because you have this secret that you've been holding in. And how do you tell the man that you're in a relationship with that you murdered his entire family? So, complexities of relationships. You know how they are with these shows. So I say this to say, what do you think of this? Are you guys fans of the boys? Are you hoping that Frenchie survives? Do we need better gay or queer representation when it comes to a lot of these type of shows, especially superhero shows? Like, I feel like we definitely need more of that diversity. Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so we have comments. I said, what's funny is that the racists and far-right conservatives are now realizing that the boys were mocking them this whole time. Really shows, yeah, and nearsighted and slow. But I guess what it was is they were. I think the problem with a lot of people, they get so wrapped up in the nonsense of it all, the action, the crazy sequences, like the termite scene or whatever that is, that you're not really paying attention. Like, we making fun of MAGA, we making fun of all these other things, and I think. It just goes to show that y'all are just real slow. And so, and I think a lot of people thought that Homelander was a hero, but now he's become like this real asshole. That I've also noticed they've started making him look old on purpose, because when you look at his makeup this season, he's starting to look a lot older, and that's kind of what he's griping with. Is that he's not as young and beautiful anymore. And to me, it just feels like he's envious of his son, especially during that scene where he went and they had, I don't know if people saw it, spoiler alert, I'm not gonna reveal the whole thing, when they had to do that little saving the little girl demonstration and things went a little left. And then Homelander kind of tried to jump in, and I was like, you just taking over the whole situation. Like, it looked like he was just envious of his kid at one point. So, yeah, so I was like, he's not a hero. I don't think a lot of them are, or they try to be. They just added Homelander on the new Mortal Kombat a couple of weeks ago. Jack Quaid saw his girlfriend exactly in the first episode. They said, but yeah, I understand with LGBTQ plus and BIPOC getting the short end of the stick, it's annoying. So I hope that Frenchie doesn't have a tragic end, but that's unlikely, especially because he's a main character. So I don't feel like they're gonna kill him off. Now I feel like what will happen is they'll kill his boyfriend off before they kill off Frenchie, or something will happen to his boyfriend before it happens to Frenchie. So I don't think they'll kill Frenchie off the show. Like, he's a pivotal part of the cast. And look, they've always got one season where they said that's one of his fatalities in the game. Did they say what they found in JT's bloodstream? You did? They said Cleveland legend, he was drunk and refused a breathalyzer. Wait, was there a I mean, I see an attachment is unavailable, so I don't know if I don't know. Like I said, more than likely. So now I'm looking on my one of my friends sent me Republicans win, we fucked. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be in prison. Get the fuck out of here. But I guess y'all all going to jail. Yeah, now I'm like, who is sending me all these? Well, goddamn, they said Ice Spice loses 25 million monthly Spotify listeners in 1 year. I mean, probably because her music is trash. So y'all just got hip to the fact that Ice Spice is a joke, a gimmick. Like, I don't know how that girl became famous in the first place. She has no stage presence. That little Orphan Annie wig was a mess, and her music is garbage. Garbage. I mean, I think you did send me something in the thing, but it's not. Say what? He had Molly Popper's Truvada. Girl, what you out here doing? Oh, who man was you sleeping with? Because heterosexuals use Truvada? Child, y'all about to have me out here clutching my pearls. And I knew that Justin Timberlake was out here doing the booger sugar. Child, I told you I'm gonna do another live tomorrow. Because we got to do a deep dive in this whole Justin Timberlake conversation. They said there was a fake tweet going around about a fake Pop Crave account. I think that is this again. You said Ice Spice isn't even in the top 500 most streamed artists anymore. She's a flash in the pan. Did you? Okay, you did send it to me. Hold the motherfucking phone, bitch. First of all, they said he had traces of Molly, Poppers, Truvada, and Coke. Let me find out Justin Timberlake out here laying alone spreading wide with dudes. Because y'all said he was in Sag Harbor. Y'all know that's next to Fire Island. And you know who goes out to Fire Island, correct? How you doing? Let me find out Justin Timberlake out here low-key spreading it wild with the dudes. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of male artists who get down. And Justin always gave me that. You know what? Justin gave me that vibe. But I'm like, chill. Now, I need somebody to confirm that he was in the car and there was a dude in the seat next to him. That's what I need. I need this tape. Child, let me tell you, 2024 is definitely giving me my life. I am clutching my pearls. I see that you sent me the screenshot, but I'm like, bitch, let me find out that he had Molly, Poppers, Truvada, and Coke. Like, what are you doing out here with Truvada? So you out here barebacking with Truvada up in your bloodstream. And you know, just to give me bottom teas. He sure do. And I need to know the rest of the tea. So now all this stuff is coming out. I am gagging. I am clutching my pearls. I think it was on Pop Crave, right? Hold on. Let me go over there and actually, no, not even. Let me, cause we on Pop Base or we on Pop Crave? I know we live. It don't matter. It was Pop Crave. Let me go to the Twitter and pull up that other thing. Cause I'm like, we need more tea on this, but yeah, we probably got more than likely. Now all of a sudden I'm seeing Smile pop up because you know, pop. Oh, excuse me. I don't care about Sabrina Carpenter at the moment. I was I fucking hate y'all. Oh, wait a minute. This is him in handcuffs. Hold on a second. And the cop holding the door open. He got on. Let me show it to y'all. Look, we're supposed to get off the line, and I'm sitting up here pulling pictures. There he go. I'm like, damn, they done. Is that the walk of shame? I'm like, damn, y'all just pulling everything up out of here. The cop is cute though. But let's go back to the other picture. The mugshot. And I want to see if there's any more tea that's popping up regarding Justin. Because why is Britney trending? Don't even answer. I already know why. But Britney is trending right now. So I'm going to have to pull all of this. Billy Joel tells Variety he doesn't know who makes albums anymore. He said, I think the only person making new albums these days is Taylor Swift or Olivia Rodrigo. I don't know other people who make albums. I don't know what the marketing of that is like now. And shout out to Billy Joel, because I worked a couple of his concerts. But yeah, so I feel like at this point, what's gonna happen is that it's a criminal and Brit Criminal by Britney reached the top 5 on iTunes. I fucking hate y'all how petty people are on social media right now. Y'all are petty as fuck. But I'm still gagging over the idea that he is out here with Molly, Papa, Truvada, and Coke. I can't. But of course he's been released from police custody. I think that's what that was when he was being released. Because I'm like, yeah, they held him he got arrested last night. Which means that all of this is going on today. You know, when the press found out because somebody leaked it. They was out there waiting with the cameras. And this is the most juice that Justin Timberlake has gotten regarding his career in a long time. So live it up, Gert. Oh yeah, I closed the other picture, so what I'm going to do is, like I said, I'm going to definitely do a little more digging into this whole thing. I'm going to put together a story tomorrow, and we are going to sit up in here. We're going to have pictures. We're going to get our snacks. Let me stop. we are going to sit and we're going to have a full-fledged conversation about this because, child, this is a mess. And I'm sure, more stuff is going to come out. I can't believe, when you started saying certain things, first of all, the key word was Papas and Truvada. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing with Papas? I don't know straight people that use Poppers. What do y'all know straight people that use Papas? I don't know any heterosexuals that use poppers ever or True Thought. Now I do know that we do talk about how we want to get more straight people to use PrEP and all this other stuff, but for the most part, a lot of people equate that with the gays. So Justin was out here in New York laying low and spreading it wide with some dudes and wanted to get that back blown out. I hope she cleaned out, but she was probably in the meat rack. And then when she was on her way home, she got pulled over for being white girl wasted. But look, they're going to do the digging. He got himself in trouble. I'm really hoping that this is not going to be some George Michael type situation. But when I saw that picture, it looked like he got caught up in the men's bag. I said, oh, now who done made this AI? But then I looked closely and I looked at the wrists and they were in handcuffs. So please do, because I'm like, I need to probably have me some popcorn when I come up on here. I wanted to see if I got some in the cabinet upstairs. But anyway, any questions? Wait, hold on. Let me take this banner off. Any questions, comments, or concerns before I go? Because I'm sitting over here just cackling over this news. I shouldn't do that. But Justin, girl, you brought this upon yourself. And that's that. Oh, Lord, now Jessica Biel's name is trending. They were like, remember when Justin Timberlake cheated on Jessica Biel in 2019, possibly while she was pregnant with their second child? And now they're playing what goes around comes around. We're going to see Jessica Biel dating Pete Davidson and Britney Spears with a top 10 single now that Justin Timberlake has been arrested for a DWI. They said Justin Timberlake's booze battle reveals singer admitted to drug abuse when he was accused of cheating on Jessica Biel during drunken night out before. He admitted to drug abuse and was accused of cheating on Jessica Biel during drunken night out before DWI arrest. Justin was arrested this week for driving while intoxicated in the Hamptons. It comes after the single 43 admitted, and they're not even showing like the rest of the post. But chill. Like I said, we're going to do a deep dive into this tomorrow because I really feel like that this is going to take a minute. I can see why he worried about the possibility of this ruining his tour. And I think maybe he said that because when all the stuff comes out about the toxicology, whatever the situation, when they took his blood and all other stuff, because they're going to take that, swab the mouth, do all that other stuff. He refused the breathalyzer. But when they want to check you and see like you under the influence, because when you go in police custody, they got to do what they do. I told you, Long Island police do not play. So he wanted to go out there and he did it on their turf. Long Island, the way they operate is not the same as the way they operate in regular New York City. Long Island's a whole nother situation on its own. You don't want to get arrested in Long Island. You don't want to get a ticket in Long Island. My mother used to always tell me she used to hate getting a ticket when she was in Long Island because it's just crazy out there. So, and I got a lot of family that live in Long Island and stuff. I told you I grew up in Long Island. So, nevertheless, like I said, I will keep you guys abreast of the story as it develops because otherwise we're going to be up in here 5 hours just going down this rabbit hole of Justin Timberlake tea. So I don't know how much you care about this, but I'm not. Really? You said, and a Rim video just got posted on LPSG. I haven't been on there in a long time. I may need to check that out. I always wonder whatever happened to Arad Win-Win. Because I was like, I haven't heard that name in a long time. I forgot what that stands for. But anyway, I love you all for watching. Tune in next time, possibly tomorrow, for a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Child, this show was a mess. Please do me a favor, hit that like button, that subscribe button, and the notification button so that way you guys know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Yes, I'm definitely going to go in and let have, but we're going to have all the tea and all the things when it comes to, this whole Justin Timberlake story. This is breaking news earlier today, but as we was doing the show, more stuff started coming out. So I definitely have to do a deep dive. I definitely have to dig up some stuff. And yes, Brittany does not have a mugshot. Brittany has done some things, but she don't have a mugshot, unlike Justin. So we gonna talk about it, And Justin, get you some sleep, get you some Jesus, and get you some therapy in that order. And as I will say, love you all for watching. Thank you everybody who was in the comments in today's show and helped this messy show do what it do. Please, please, please hit the like button, subscribe button, notification button, so that way you know we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'm definitely going to come on tomorrow and give y'all another damn show. We going to sit up in here and we going to break down this whole Justin Timberlake story, because I'm sure it is a lot. I know TMZ is working in overdrive. I'm sure the other bloggers and YouTubers going on out there is going to be talking about this whole Justin Timberlake situation. There's probably people that's going to be doing deeper dives than I will. And if I get some tea, I will bring it to y'all tomorrow on the show. So, love you all for watching. And until next time, I love you all. And ciao, darlings. Or ciao, darling.